energetic dialogue and determination. It is heartening to see so many bright and enthusiastic youth coming together to discuss, debate, and deliberate on issues that shape our society and our future. Our nation has always believed that the strength of democracy lies in the youth. Now, I would like to welcome President of the show, Professor A. Narasimha Garu, onto the stage. G. Harshita from MA English, second year, will give the bouquet. Followed by Professor D. Surya Prakash Rao. Garu, onto the stage, please. The bouquet will be given by Shivani Lahari, B.R. Ambedkar College. Next will be Professor M.V.R. Rajagaru. S. Likita will be giving the bouquet. Next will be Professor Preteti Premanandam sir, HOD of Political Science and Public Administration. Divya Jyoti will be giving the bouquet. Last but not the least, the pillar, Nagaraju sir, please come onto this dais. V. Gayatri of Journalism will give the bouquet. Now, I would like to hand over the dais to HOD sir, Professor Preteti Premanandam. Sorry, to Narasimha Rao sir, the Principal of Arts and College.
Good morning to one and all. Now let us start the program with national song by the student. Okay, let us start with the lighting of the stamp by the officials of this program.
Check. Check, check.
Okay, now let us start the program with the national song by students. Please come on to the dais, students.
Vande
respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Surya Prakash Rao garu, Vice Chancellor of Damodar Sanjeevaya National Law College, University, and my friend and Principal of College of Science and Technology, Professor M.V.R. Raj garu, and a good friend of mine, the head of the department of this department, Professor Premanandam, and Dr. Nagaraju, Chairman of Idea Foundation, and other faculty members of the department, scholars, students, press and electronic media, and supporting staff. Good morning to one and all. Today is really a very, very important day and auspicious day. You are all aware, today is the Children's Day and Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of our country's birthday also. So, he loved the children like anything, and he used to say that the children are the future of our Indian society, and definitely it is our responsibility, and we are proving ourselves that we are becoming the pillars of our Indian constitution and Indian nation, and we are organizing different programs in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration under the auspices of College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University, by way of organizing Constitution Day or Ambedkar Day or this different important persons' birthdays and other occasions we are celebrating and we are organizing, and is really a great exposure to the students of political science and public administration through all these programs. In the same manner, today the department under the dynamic leadership of Professor Premanandam planned to organize this students mock parliament. Is really a very, very important event which is very essential for the possible it will enter into the folds of constitution is great and our democratic system is great, and today we are feeling proud to say that India is the biggest democratic country in the entire world, and it is the democracy ruling the nation, surviving the nation, developing the nation, and the people are very, very happy with the present democratic system and enjoying the fruits of our economic development. This is all possible with the help of the constitution that was given by our Dr. Ambedkar, really. So our constitution has given equal rights, equal opportunities and equality in all respects to all citizens of our nation in all the areas and in all the fields, in all the respects. So democracy on one hand, constitution on the other hand, going parallelly in our economy, and the biggest democratic country in the world, our India is standing for. And also today, since long time our nation was developing nation. People used to call it as a developing nation. Today we can feel proud to say that ours is a developed nation. We are no way inferior to any other developed countries, and we are standing in front of and along with the other developed nations in all respects. So that is how the democratic system made it possible to reach to this level. That is really great achievement on the part of our country. So on this today occasion, the parliamentary affairs, how the parliamentary affairs are taken place, how the decisions are taken place, how the leaders in the house are presenting the issues before the house and speaker, and how the discussions are taken place in the house, and how finally the decisions are taken, all these things, you being the students of political science and public administration need to learn. So to that, I mean, with this objective, this program is planned and designed, and is really very happy, and it is one of the important milestones in the history of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, and also in the history of the College of Arts and Commerce, and also this will become a feather in the jewel, cap of our Andhra University also. Really, we feel proud of organizing this type of programs in the university campus. It is really an appropriate place and appropriate department for this type of programs. Definitely, this program will enhance our department's image and college image, and also university image and goodwill. So with these few words, now let us proceed further with this program. And now the speeches by different officials now. First of all, let us invite T. Nagaraju, the chairman of the foundation of Idea Group, and now I request Nagaraju to address.
Today's chief guest, respected Professor Surya Prakash Rao garu, Vice Chancellor, Damaduram Sanjeeva National Law University. And today's guest of honor, Professor M.B.R. Raj garu, Principal College of Science and Technology, and today's chairman of this program, Professor A. Narasimha garu, Principal College of Arts and Commerce, and our beloved HOD, Professor Petet Pramananda garu, and the faculty members of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, research scholars, students, and participants in print and electronic media. So, good morning all of you. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the university officials, Professor G.P. Rajsekhar garu, the Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor Pulapati King garu, the Rector of Andhra University, Professor K. Rambabu garu, the Registrar of Andhra University, and Professor A. Narasimha garu, the Principal of College of Arts and Commerce. I want to thank these four members to give me this the greatest opportunity, and at the same, last but not least, Professor Petet Pramananda garu, head of the department. So I most gratitude from my heart. So they gave me opportunity to conduct this type of activities in collaboration with Andhra University. So thank you very much, sir, all of you. So I will never forget about this type of opportunities. So it is a matter of gratitude, pride and joy for me to address you all at the inaugural function of the Youth Parliament, organized in collaboration with the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University. This event is a reflection of our shared commitment to strengthening democracy engagement among the youth, the true torchbearers of India's future. The Youth Parliament is not just an academic exercise, it is an inspiring initiative that brings the essence of democracy closer to the classroom. It gives our students a unique opportunity to understand how our parliament functioning, how ideas are debated, how laws are shaped, and how policies are framed to serve the people. Through this, young participants get to experience the values of discipline, respect for different opinions, and the art of constructive dialogue. So our foundation, the Institute for Democratic Engagement and Accountability, the IDEA Foundation, was established with a vision to promote participatory democracy, informed citizenship, and transparent governance. We finally believe that the democracy flourishes only when citizens, especially the young minds, are aware, engaged, and empowered. This youth parliament embodies that vision by encouraging young minds to question, to analyze, to deliberate on issues that matter to the society. Our country stands at the pivotal point in the democracy journey. As India aspires to lead globally, it becomes all the more important for our young citizens to understand not only their rights but also their responsibilities. The Youth Parliament serves as a vital platform to nurture these values, where participants learn that democracy is not just about the elections but about the participation, accountability, and dialogue. So I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the head Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Professor Petet Ramanand Garu, for their collaboration, dedication and academic guidance. Their continuous efforts to fostering democratic education among the students deserve the highest accommodation. To all the participants here today, I urge you to make the most of these platforms, speak confidently, listen respectfully, and engage constructively. Debate with reason, disagree with dignity, and remember that truly leadership begins with the understanding and empathy. So I extend my best wishes to the entire participant, and finally I want to thanks to the administration of Andhra University and head of the department. Thank you very much to give this opportunity, and all the best.
Thank you, Nagaraju, for your cooperation and support to the Department of Political Science through your Idea Foundation in organizing various programs for the benefit of the students. And now I invite my friend and head of the department, Professor Premanandam, to speak on this occasion.
Good morning, all the parliament members and ruling parties and opposition parties and independent members. Congratulations to our parliament members. Today, National Youth Parliament conduct of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Idea Foundations, organized by the National Youth Parliament. Today, President, beloved Principal, Professor A. Narsara Masharu, Arts and Commerce College Principal Garu, Chairman of this function. Another particularly chief guest, Professor D. Surya Prakash Garu, Vice Chancellor, Damodaram Sanjivaya National Law University. Very, very knowledge persons in the Indian Constitution in the subject. One phone call, immediately acceptance of this program in the chief guest. Thankful to you, sir. Many, many thankful to you. Our Professor, Vice Chancellor, but not acceptance cheyanala immediately ga Premanand vastanani cheppina vyakti Professor Surya Prakash gariki thanks cheptunnanu. అలానే మరో ఫోన్ కాల్లో నిన్నే మన సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ ప్రిన్సిపాల్ గారు ఇమ్మీడియట్గా అన్నా రేపు మోడల్ యూత్ పార్లమెంట్ జరుగుతుంది, మీరు గెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆనర్ రావాలంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్గా యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసినందుకు వారికి నేను ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. దాంతోపాటు టుడే ఇది ఐడియా ఫౌండేషన్ చైర్మన్ నాగరాజు గారు, ఆల్ ది faculty members, scholars, students, all the thankful to you today. This organization in the National Youth Parliament is a conduct of our Department of Political Science and Public Administration. This is a program last 2015, June 25, conduct of the Model Parliament in the Department of Political Science and S Group organizations of the Model Parliament conduct of the June 25th, 2015 is a conduct of the Model Parliament. Out to the Parliament, all the thankful to you participants. Today is a most of the pleasure sent out before you. Today is a most meaningful of the occasion of the National Youth Parliament. Very, very important Youth Parliament is a very important day. All the people, role model of the youth parliament, youth of the country. This country, youth parliament conduct of the morals, ethicals, and the youth is a very, very listening important role. This platform is a most of the celebrations of the democratical dialogues. Democratical system, very important. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, right in the constitution, in the parliamentary system, in India, all the people participation, all the people involvement in the vote is a provide of the voting system. is all the people participation power. Every student, every human being is a participation of these elected of the parliament members and legislative members. Elected the Prime Minister of India is a democratic system. Legislative and parliamentary system, and legislative and executive and judiciary, three type of the system in the Indian Constitution. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is a very, very most of the key role of the parliamentary system. Particularly our youth parliament is a very most important role, is a most of the vital role, is a strengthening of democracy fabric of the system in the nation. All allow of the students understanding of the parliamentary proceedings is a most of the art and debating system, discipline, democracy, all the discussion through the most of the exercise of the participant, learning of the all the most agreement is a logical respect of the opinion of the system introduced by the collective situation of the public opinion, public issues. In the discussion, in the public issues is important role in the parliamentary system. All the development is important role in important policies discussion, in the debating of the policies. Very, very important role in the world is a most of the voice of the complaint to the hand of essential system. Youth learning is a most of the only speak of the system, listening of the empty, most of the respect to opinions of the parliament, youth parliamentary provisions, all the process of the environmental ideas, meet of the system, discussions of the leaders of the understanding of the societies. Very, very important role. Our country provide is to have to the largest youth parliament system in the world is the energy, creativity, all the commitment of the youth people in India, greatest strength of the parliamentary system. Every youth is important of the parliamentary system, the participation is important. Today, parliamentary system is some different people, not different people participation. Is a rich persons, all the no ethical persons, no caste persons, caste reservations, caste system introduced by the some person participation in the political parties. Very, very dangerous of the some democracy system, democracy proposal. All the people involvement is a form of the inspire of the become the responsibility of leaders in the today. Responsibility of leaders in today individually upload of democracy values, respect to institution in the work of the commitment good is a most of the part proceeding. Remember of the every ideas express of the sincerely responsible contribution of the spiritual democracy. Spiritual democracy is important. Is a real democracy. All the ethicals, every political leader, every political system, all the ethicals is important role. All behaviorism is important role. Role model of the societies, all the key role of the political leaders is a very important role. Is a most of the encouragement of the all participants is the most important proposal, opportunities, learning, energy system, inspire of the future our democracy, depending of young citizens of the create of the young citizens create a role model of the society introduced by the all the National Youth Parliament. Thankful to every person, so thankful to any congratulations of the parliament member.
Thank you, Professor Premanandam, for your short enlightened speech of indicating the importance of this youth parliament. Now, I invite Professor Raj Garu, Principal College of Science and Technology, to address the gathering.
Most respected dignitaries on the dais, my well-wisher and good friend, Professor D. Suryaprakash Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor, Damodar Sanjeev National Law University, and another my colleague and friend, Narasimha Garu, Principal Arts College, and Professor Premanandam Garu, Head of the Department, Political Science Department, and Dr. Thade Nagaraj Garu, Chairman, Idea Foundation, and my learned colleagues of the dais, research scholars, and student friends. Good morning, all of you. It's my great pleasure to share some of my research and practical experience in Youth Parliament. And today I am going to be adding some of the important psychological concepts connected with the Youth Parliament. Why? Because today 47% of the Indian youth living in the Indian country, most of the youth not following or maintaining ethics and moral values in our country. So that's why I want to try to incorporate the importance of the psychology in our Indian youth. It is a living platform that nurtures the values of the democracy. One is critical thinking, number two, dialogue, and social responsibility among our youth. And in an era where the world is changing at unprecedented pace, such initiatives hold even greater importance. The Youth Parliament serves as a training ground for the next generations of leaders in India. It familiarizes the students with the parliamentary process, sharpens their ability to analyze issues, and encourages them to articulate their perspectives in a structured and respectful manner. More importantly, it teaches them that participation in democracy does not begin or end with voting. It is a continuous process of engagement, reflection, and shared decision making. The platforms like the youth parliaments play a transformation roles in shaping young minds by strengthening politically awareness and civic responsibilities. They boost self-efficacy as students realize their voices matter and can drive a meaningful change. Such participation also builds one is empathy and perspective talking. Number three, skills vital for navigating differences in a diverse society. By debating issues like education, health, climate change, and social justice, the students learn to understand the complex challenges and appreciate the value of collaborative solutions. As educators, we must encourage spaces where such competencies can be developed. India today, the students at a democratic advantages with one of the world's largest youth populations. If channeled effectively, this youth energy can become the driving force behind national development. Initiatives like the Youth Parliament empower young people to think critically, act responsibly, and envision a future rooted in democratic values and inclusive progress. As we begin today's sessions, I urge each participant to encourage with sincerity, the commitment, curiosity, and the courage. The present, your view, passionately, listen carefully, and respect differences. Let us these experiences not only enhances your understanding of the parliamentary system, but also inspire you to become responsible citizens committed to building a stronger, more equitable, and more compassionate society in India. I congratulate the organizers, the faculty members, the students who have worked tirelessly to bring this program to life. I congratulate each and every participants and thank you one and all.
Thank you, Professor Raj Garu, for sparing your valuable time and coming to our Department of Political Science and Public Administration to bless our students. And really very happy, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. And now I invite the chief guest of today's program and my friend, the Vice Chancellor of Damodaram Sanjeevaya National University, Law University, Professor Surya Prakash Rao Garu, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Respected chair of the function, Professor Narasimha Rao Garu, Principal, Arts Commerce College, GS Raj Garu, Science and Technology Principal, and head of the department, my distinguished friend Pramanandam Garu, Idea Foundation and Research Scholar of the department, Dr. Nagaraj Garu, participants of the Youth Parliament, and scholars, invitees, faculty of the department. Very good morning, and I deem it a privilege to participate today's inauguration of the Youth Parliament being conducted by the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. As the earlier speakers, particularly Narasimha Rao Garu, gave a brief and succinct idea about the value of democratic system, how the legislatures function in the country, and how the Constitution of India strengthens the democratic culture for the last 75 years in India. And Pramanandam Garu and Nagaraj Garu, everybody, particularly our guest of honor, Professor Raj Garu, even though he came from science background, he touched every aspect of a model legislature. So how the youth should inculcate, should imbibe the culture of democratic values, discipline, and ethics and morals in order to become a good leader. So we all know the history of the legislatures in India. And of course, in Rigvedic time, we have Samiti and Sabha elected the king. So the king was, republican form of governments were there during Rigvedic period. So later Vedic period, then 6th century BC, how the democracies, even in Greek societies, particularly Greek city-states, Athens and others, how the democracy was flourished. Of course, advent of the innovations, advent of Islam, Europeans, and how the Britishers succinctly and surreptitiously controlled the India as a colony, and they introduced the modern concept of democracy. That's why England is known as the modern democracy, the first modern democracy And until then it was also a monarchical form of government. Still, even as a model, they are continuing. The queen, the head of the state is the hereditary post, whereas America, France, India, these are republican form of governments where the elected, the head of the state is an elected post. It is a republic. England is not a republic, but it has its own roots about the democratic values, and particularly, the people prepared that Magna Carta. The monarchical king was forced to sign the document of Magna Carta. The British king has to rule the country subjected to these Magna Carta, right to petition, right to religious freedom, right to liberty, all these values. Magna Carta is known as the first document which implements a democratic government in a civilized society. French Revolution, we know, the American Revolution. That's why Americans, after having experience of British model of parliamentary democracy, they adopted the presidential form of government, but Congress still plays an important role, and it is a federal form of government. But when we have how the 1857 first independence revolution, immediately after that, the Crown Declaration, after the Sepoy Mutiny, Crown, the British government abolished the rule of East India Company, and it directly took over the administration in Indian colony. From then onwards, a minister was there in the British cabinet, secretary to the state. Then Governor General. Of course, 1861 Councils Act. Slowly, the democratic form of power was transferred to the native Indians. So, high courts were also established the first time in 1861. Of course, the first Supreme Courts of established at Calcutta, Madras, Bombay. All this constitutional history gives us the idea how the legislatures were strengthened, history of legislatures as well as history of courts. Then by 1882 and 1909, the communal representation was started, and the legislatures were started to function. The seeds for the division of the country were sown in 1909 Government of India Act or Minto-Marley reforms. Then 1919 Montague-Chelmsford reforms, where the Britishers promised after 10 years we will give more powers. So Simon Commission was appointed, and we know Government of India Act 1935. The federal concept was introduced, and then we know the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly debates are very, very important for the youth to know the parliamentary practice for a strong democracy in the country. And we know the first general elections where Congress ruled, of course, how the opposition plays an important role. So all the independence leaders were the leaders of the country after independence. Ambedkar was also the first law minister. And so during that particular period, in order to strengthen the Indian parliamentary democracy, the opposition leaders like Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and Ram Manohar Lohia, particularly the disciples of Lohia, strengthened the opposition parties in the country. Karpuri Thakur, Charan Singh, all these people. Then this next generation, George Fernandez, and particularly when the Congress party was splitted, after Indira Gandhi became the Prime Minister, Nijalingappa, Sanjeev Reddy, S.K. Patil, Morarji Desai, Kamaraj Nadar, the party which was splitted, they became the opposition leaders. So they strengthened the cause of the opposition. So here the parliamentary debates, if you observe in India, all these people strengthened the democratic values through the parliamentary practice. Particularly Ramanohar Lohia and Vajpayee. Vajpayee also, whenever there is a good cause, after India won that 1972, that Bangladesh war, Vajpayee in Lok Sabha praised Indira Gandhi, compared Indira Gandhi as Durga Mata. So even P.V. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister, Vajpayee was the opposition leader. So both praised each other. So the democratic values in the parliamentary debates, they maintained the culture. Particularly when Hidayatullah was the Vice President and ex officio Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, one ruling party minister made a comment, a simple comment. So far now, I thought that they are 11. Now they became dozen. These are the words used by NKP Salve, the state minister against Hidayatullah. So far now, I think that they are 11. Now they became dozen. Immediately, Hidayatullah wept openly in the house and left the house and resigned. This type of sharp criticism. So far, why you are mixing with the opposition? That is the context of the minister's comment. So when all the political leaders approached him and expressed the sorry, then he accepted. So these are the democratic values. So our role model, the previous leaders. So everybody, opposition, Communist Party, particularly the speaker from Marxist Party, played a role. Even we have to appreciate our GMC Balayogi as a Lok Sabha speaker. He established the best practices. You know, when the no confidence motion, when Jayalalitha withdrew the support, the meeting was conducted for no confidence motion. The question was there from Orissa, a member elected to the Lok Sabha. After that, he became the chief minister of Orissa. Within 6 months, he can keep both the membership. He attended the house. Then some of the members raised the voice. Being the chief minister, how could he exercise the vote? Then after having consulted the experts' opinion and others, GMC Balayogi took a decision. As a speaker, he left the decision to the conscience of the member. Member can exercise the vote or he can leave the vote. But Gomango exercised the vote. Then with one vote, Vajpayee government was defeated. If Balayogi took a decision, Gomango was not allowed to vote. The voting will be equalized. As a presiding officer, he can exercise his vote of Indian Parliament. So of course, nowadays we are having elected members and some of the ruckus and all these disturbances are there. But once we understand for what purpose democracy and legislatures are being functioned, the people participated in that. That's why several members will be there. When there was a discussion between Chandrababu Naidu and Rajshekar Reddy in the combined state, you know who is the gentleman interfered between these two? C.H. Rajeshwar Rao, CPI MLA. Whenever these two have any dispute, Rajeshwar Rao garu, you please suggest. So they followed. So this type of values they followed. So Rosaya, our parliamentarians, these are the best parliamentarians who kept the values of the parliamentary democracy. So the purpose of conducting this type of youth parliaments is today's youth will be the tomorrow's citizens of the voters and the custodians of the democracy, and we are celebrating today the Children's Day. Nehru's, the first Prime Minister, birthday celebrations. So he is also a good example for best parliamentary practices. So whenever there was criticism against his government, he tolerated. So the criticism. So that's why we have to inculcate the democratic values, and even in Britain Parliament, particularly while addressing the Parliament, Edmund Burke, while seeing the people in the gallery, you are the fourth estate. From then onwards, journalists and press is known as fourth estate. The first estate is legislature, second one is judiciary, third one is executive. These are the three pillars for any democratic government. So fourth estate is press. That's why I congratulate the department and the Idea Foundation who came forward to conduct this type of model parliament, youth parliament, and I also congratulate all the participants to make this youth parliament a grand success. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya Prakash Rao garu, for accepting our request with a single phone call by sparing your valuable time and making it convenient to come over to this your university to participate in this important program event. And I feel very happy that we have enlightened our students with so many experiences of past history relating to the conservation of democratic values and systems by our parliamentarians and parliament leaders in those days. On this occasion, I would like to add two more things to my knowledge, what I heard. And after independence, the Jawaharlal Nehru became the Prime Minister, you are all aware, and the Congress party ruled the country. At that time, Socialist Party was in the opposition, a strong opposition party, a socialist party. N.G. Ranga was the great leader at that time. He contested from our Guntur constituency at that time for the parliament, and the opposition, that means the Congress party candidate, to my knowledge, was Neelam Sanjay Reddy, a very strong person from the Congress party, contested against this N.G. Ranga, and immediately Jawaharlal Nehru called that person, Sanjay Reddy, and to withdraw, and he told N.G. Ranga, such type of persons need to come to the parliament to keep our democracy. So it is our responsibility to extend our cooperation to bring that party person into our parliamentary activities. That is the greatness of Jawaharlal Nehru and the maintenance of democratic values of the top leaders in those days is really heartening to learn this type of incidents. Another important thing I would like to say, when Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister and Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the opposition leader at that time in the parliament, and opposition leader Atal Bihari Vajpayee fell sick, and he is requiring some super specialty medical treatment at USA. So Rajiv Gandhi, at that time when UNO meeting is scheduled, he identified and called Vajpayee sir to attend to that program, and after that permitted him to go there for a higher super specialty treatment. So that is the value system of our democracy. That is the values of our prime ministers at that time. You can understand how magnanimous the Rajiv Gandhi was, being the Prime Minister, invited Vajpayee and send that person as our representative of our nation to UNO meeting. Is really, these are the incidents in the historical information I am telling you. These are the incidents of maintaining the democratic values and democratic system in our parliamentary activities. So really great, and such type of incidents, there are so many things, and already there are so many incidents our Professor Surya Prakash Rao garu enlightened you, and we being the students, the future leaders of the house. Now it is really an opportunity for all of you to learn certain things, how the practices of houses are taken place, how the questions are raised in the houses, and how the questions are answered by the people, not with personal emotions, not with personal jealousies, not with personal enmities. We in the democratic society, particularly, we need to fight and focus on the issue based only. Like that, you have to take active part in this mock parliament activities program. And so with these few words, I once again extend my heartfelt thanks as a principal to Professor D. Suryaprakash Rao garu for accepting our request. Sorry sir. Vice Chancellor of Suryaprakash Rao garu, Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of Damodaram Sanjay. Sometimes unexpectedly our mind is becoming black because of my age or something, I do not know. Or over excitement probably, this type of situation happens now. And right, okay, sorry sir for this. It is only over excitement, nothing more than that, and it's because of age factor also, sometimes this type of blankness. So the same one more important, our Lok Sabha speaker, former Lok Sabha speaker Balayogi garu belongs to our university, our department, and he used to learn this from this hall. So he was the students used to sit in this hall, and he became the speaker of Lok Sabha. And after becoming the Lok Sabha speaker, we invited to our university and organized a great felicitation in Ambedkar Assembly Hall. At that time, surprisingly, he came out and wanted to see the hostel room, Sadharma Sadhana. At that time, I was the warden. Immediately, I took him to in the car to Harshavardhana. Sadharma Sadhana హాస్టల్ రూమ్కి తీసుకెళ్ళాను, నేనే తీసుకెళ్ళాను పర్సనల్గా కూడా ఉండి. ఎవరు తీశారో ఫోటో తెలియదు, కానీ అన్ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్గా ఆ రోజు ఫోటో నాకు తెలియదు, కానీ ఆయన చచ్చిపోయిన తర్వాత ఆ ఫోటో పేపర్లో వచ్చింది. ఆయన పక్కన నేనే ఉన్నాను ఆ రోజున. యూనివర్సిటీకి వచ్చిన ఫోటో వేశారు. ఆ రోజు చూసి ఆశ్చర్యపోయాను. మహానుభావుడు ఎంతోమందికి సహాయం చేశాడు. ఆయన లోక్సభ స్పీకర్ అయిన తర్వాత చాలామంది ఆయన దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి సహాయం అడిగితే ఎన్నో రకాలుగా ఆర్థికంగా కానీ ఉద్యోగపరంగా కానీ చాలామందికి సహాయాలు చేశాడు. వాళ్ళల్లో నా స్టూడెంట్ కూడా ఒక అతను రాజశేఖర్ అని ఉన్నాడు. కాకపోతే ఈడు దురదృష్టం ఏంటంటే నెక్స్ట్ 3 days తర్వాత ఈడ ఢిల్లీ పార్లమెంట్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఉద్యోగంలో చేరాల్సినాడు. ఈలోపు ఆయన చనిపోవటం, ఆడికి అవకాశం పోవటం జరిగింది అనుకోకుండా. రాజశేఖర్ అని నా స్టూడెంట్కి. అంటే ఆయన ఎంతమందికో చేశాడు, మరి వాళ్ళ అదృష్టం. ఇవాళ చాలామంది చాలా ఉన్నత స్థానాల్లో కూడా ఉన్నారని నాకు తెలిసింది. అలాంటి మహానుభావుడు ఈ క్లాసులో మీ రూమ్లో మీ మధ్యన కూర్చొని చదువుకున్నాడు ఒకప్పుడు. మనకెంతో గర్వకారణం. అలాంటి రూమ్లో మీరు చదువుకుంటున్నారు. అలాంటి రూమ్లో మీరు నౌ యు ఆర్ యాక్టివ్లీ పార్టిసిపేటింగ్ ఇన్ దిస్ మాక్ పార్లమెంట్ సెషన్. అండ్ ఇన్ ఫ్యూచర్ definitely some of you become the people's leaders in the parliament house or Rajya Sabha house, and also I expect and I wish you occupy such type of speaker chairs and other important portfolios in the democratic system. Okay, with these few words, I once again thank Premanandam for organizing this excellent program and gracing this occasion as chief guest Professor Suryaprakash Rao garu. Very happy sir, thank you once again very much. And also my good friend and science college principal Professor Ramaraj garu, and this chairman of Idea Foundation Nagaraju for time to time extending his cooperation in organizing various programs, and all the faculty members, all these things. And now let us start with the felicitations to the guests on the dais. First, let us felicitate M.V.R. Raj garu, Principal College of Science and Technology. ప్రొఫెసర్ సూర్యప్రకాశ్రావు గారికి సన్మానం. చూడండి, మీ ఆనందానికి అంతు లేదు. ప్రేమానందం పేరు తెప్పగానే, ప్రేమానందం ప్రోగ్రాం సన్మానం చెప్పగానే ఆర్ట్స్ కాలేజ్ అంతా మోగిపోతుంది. సో ఇలాగే ఆనందంగా మీరు ఇలాగే ఆనందంగా మీరందరూ కూడా బాగా చదువుకుని మంచి మార్కులతో డిగ్రీలు తెచ్చుకుని మంచి నాలెడ్జ్ని గెయిన్ చేసుకుని భవిష్యత్తులో మంచి పొజిషన్స్కి మీరు ఆక్యుపై చేయాలని ఆ భగవంతుని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. చక్కగా మీరందరూ కూడా ఇలాగే రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఉత్సాహంగా మంచి మంచి కార్యక్రమాల్లో పాల్గొవాలి. ఇప్పుడు మనం జనగణమన చెప్పే ముందు సత్యనారాయణ గారిని ఫార్మల్ ఓట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పండి.
Good morning, all of you. Now, with thanks to our president of this function, Professor A. Narasimharavu, and the Vice Chancellor of Damodar Sanjeevaya Law College, University, Professor Suryaprakash and M.V. Raj garu, Science and Technology Principal, and our beloved Head of the Department, Peteri Premanandam garu, and the Idea Foundation Chairman, Dr. T. Nagaraj garu, students and faculty members, other department faculty members, and students and scholars, electronic media and print media, and a special thanks to BC Times, Pitani Prasad garu, and all the participants. Thanks to one and all. Thank you. Now follow the
Janaganamana. Let us stand and. So all of you please join chorously. Janaganamana adinayaka jaya he Bharata bhagya vidata Punjab Sindhu Gujarata Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladi Taranga Tava Subha Name Jahe Tava Subha Asisha Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gada Janagana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He Jai Hind. నెక్స్ట్ మన ఇనాగ్రేషన్ కార్యక్రమం అయిపోయింది. మీ సెషన్స్ కమెన్స్ అవుతాయి, పార్లమెంటరీ సెషన్స్. అందరూ కూడా మంచినీళ్ళు తాగి టీ తాగి చక్కగా సెషన్స్కి రెడీ అవ్వండి. ద ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ విల్ కండక్ట్ ది సెషన్ సిస్టమేటికల్లీ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. అండ్ ఆఫ్టర్ సమ్ టైమ్ ఐ విల్ ట్రై టు జాయిన్ విత్ దిస్ విత్ యూ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. ప్లీజ్ కంటిన్యూ యువర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వన్స్ అగైన్. ఓకే, వస్తానికి చూస్తాను. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Check, 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 check. Check, sound check, check. This one, check, 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 check. Check, check. ఇప్పుడు చెక్ చేయండి ఒకసారి. చెక్, 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 చెక్. ఇది కూడా సింగిల్ వస్తుంది. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. This one, check, 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 check. ఒకసారి అందరం మైక్ చెక్ చేసుకోండి. స్టార్టింగ్.
చెక్ హలో చెక్ చెక్ చెక్
చెక్ చెక్ రెడీ 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 మహి రెడీ చెక్ చెక్
మైక్ ట్యాప్ మైక్
Ready, ready.
కొట్టకండిరా, మైక్ కొట్టకండిరా,
హలో
మాట్లాడండి రా
మైక్
మైక్ లో.
మైక్ హలో చెక్
అలా
మైక్
మ్యూట్
చెక్
మ్యూట్ చే మ్యూట్ చే వాళ్ళకిచ్చే అన్మ్యూట్ చేసి మాట్లాడరా.
మైక్ చెక్ మైక్ చెక్ రెడీ
లేగిరా,
హలో
లేగిరా,
హలో
లేగిరా.
చెప్పరా
మాట్లాడు.
ఏం మాట్లాడరా? క్లారిటీగా ఉంది, క్లారిటీగా ఉంది. ఓకేనా? ఒక క్లారిటీ.
మధ్య మధ్యలో గట్టిగా మాట్లాడేక. నెక్స్ట్ ఆగు 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 ఆగు.
Hello. 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 Cut out.
మాట్లాడు.
హలో 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 ఓకే ఓకే
ఓకేనా? ఒరేయ్ ఇంకో వికాస్ ఆన్ చెయ్.
చెక్ హలో
మాట్లాడు.
చెక్ చెక్ హలో హలో మైక్ చెక్ 1 2 3 హలో చెక్ 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 మైక్ చెక్.
లాస్ట్ 2 మైక్స్. శ్రీకాంత్, నువ్వు మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు కొంచెం స్లోగా మాట్లాడు. నా వాయిస్ నీకు వినపడుతుందా? కొంచెం స్లోగా మాట్లాడు, నువ్వు గట్టిగా మాట్లాడక, మన మైక్లా మాట్లాడక. అది యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్లో పోతుంది అందుకు. ఓకే. అండ్ అక్కడ దుర్గా, మీరు అక్కడ మీ వింగ్లో కొంచెం గట్టిగా మాట్లాడాలి, మీ వింగ్లో కొంచెం స్లోగా మాట్లాడాలి, మీ వింగ్లో కూడా కొంచెం స్లోగా మాట్లాడండి. చెక్ 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 చెక్. దిస్ వన్ చెక్ 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 చెక్.
Thank you very much for your patience and your interest regarding youth parliament. I want to suggest one more thing. Please don't move when parliament sessions will start. Please don't move. If you want to any emergency, you can go. Otherwise, I suggest you please stay on your seat. Okay? Thank you.
నువ్వు వెళ్ళు. A very good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the Youth Parliament session. I hope this session will be fruitful. Please sit down. Let's start our first business of the day with oath or affirmation. Secretary General, please.
I, Mukesh Sai, being elected as a member of Lower Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of the India, and that I will be faithful discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
I, G. Nagamani, having been elected a member of Lower House of the Youth Parliament, do swear in the name of God that I will bear with faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
అరిగల శివనారాయణ అనే నేను ప్రజల చేత ఎన్నుకోబడిన ప్రజాప్రతినిధిగా ఈ ప్రతిపక్ష పార్టీ తరపున గౌరవప్రదంగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను. ప్రజాస్వామ్య వ్యవస్థను, రాజ్యాంగాన్ని మరియు చట్టాన్ని నేను గౌరవిస్తానని, ప్రజల హక్కులను ఎల్లప్పుడూ, స్వేచ్ఛలను మరియు శ్రేయస్సు కోసం నేను ఎల్లప్పుడూ కృషి చేస్తానని, ప్రభుత్వ చర్యలు నిర్మాణాత్మకంగా సమీక్షిస్తాను. ప్రజల యొక్క ప్రయోజనాలు కాపాడడానికి, అవినీతిని వ్యతిరేకించడానికి మరియు మంచి పరిపాలన కోసం కట్టుబడి ఉంటాను. ప్రతిపక్షంగా నా బాధ్యతలను నిజాయితీగా, నిష్పక్షపాతంగా మరియు ధైర్యంగా నిర్వర్తిస్తాను. దేశం, రాష్ట్రం మరియు ప్రజల నా ఎదురును ఎల్లప్పుడూ నిబద్ధతతో అంతఃకరణ స్థూతితో కొనసాగిస్తాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Honorable members, it is my sad duty to inform the House that about the tragic incident that happened at the Red Fort, New Delhi. Around 8 innocent people has lost their lives. Now, I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the Rear family. 2 minutes silence, please. Please sit down.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I extend my deepest condolences to all those families who lost their lives in the tragic Delhi attack. Our thought and prayers are with them during this difficult times. All our security and the intelligence agencies are working closely and tirelessly to identify the culprits to bring justice. I am announcing an ex gratia of rupees 1 crore to each family who lost their loved ones, and 50 lakhs for those injured in the
incident. Honorable Madam Speaker, I'll also adopt and personally take the responsibility of all the children who lost their parents. We will be extending all the support from the government side. I sincerely request all the political parties that it is not the time to politicize the issue. We must stand united as one nation and extend our full support to our frontline forces who are working day and night to protect us. To ensure transparency and collective decision making, I'll soon convey an all-party meeting, and I'm requesting the Parliament Affairs Minister to take the time from the opposition and all the party LP leaders, and we'll have a discussion on it in the all-party meeting. We'll coordinate Parliamentary Affairs Minister will coordinate the meeting where your valuable concerns and suggestions will be discussed in detail. And through those who are behind this crowdly attack, we warn you wherever you hide, and you will not escape. Our agencies will track you, and you will not be left until the justice is served. We stand together in grief and strength and in our shared resolve to defeat terrorism and safeguard our nation. Thank you.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I rise choked not just by the failure of political strategy, but also by the heavy dust of human grief. Today, this floor will not just be a chamber of debate. It must be a challenge. The Delhi blast was not just an incident in the history of this glorious nation. It will and must be a scar left behind. The numbers tallied, injured and dead. They were not just digits for the opposition. They were lives which were valued. We, the members of opposition. Yet today, all these titles are meaningless for us. We are simply, collectively putting forth our mourning. A vigil over collective tragedy. Our political differences must be dwarfed by the vastness of the grief that we hold collectively. Let us mourn deeply, but let us be and act decisively. Our condolences are not just words, they must be a promise. A promise for every grieving family. A promise for swift and unyielding justice for those who are orchestrating this terror. To the families, our hearts weeps with yours. Your loss is the nation's loss. May the souls rest in peace, which was so cruelly denied for the ones who remain dead. Thank you.
And ensure these professional roles are not leveraged for anti-national activities. And what will be the mandate and standardize a security and background check protocol for sensitive academic and professional appointments and to detect these radical links before such individuals gain access to these sensitive information from the government?
Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a Minister of Home Affairs, I extend my deepest condolences to the people who lost their loved ones and speedy recovery for the who injured in that incident. As the member of the opposition, I have raised the question. I can proudly say that we are the only government are giving the fastest retaliatory actions to the terror attacks in India. And now, Home Affairs is coordinating with Defense Ministry to create an authority that will be the National Integrated Counter-Terrorism Coordination Authority, under which we are going to mandate and standardize the sensitive appointments, especially in medical, engineering and IT departments. And then we are going to create a joint counter-terror command control center for the intelligence fusion and seamless operational task force. I think I have answered the opposition leader. Thank you.
Yes, please. Respected Madam Speaker, honorable ministers,
and honorable members of the parliament, a very warm good morning to one and all. First of all, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. With the continuation of the views of our opposition member, I just want to continue and address other most important issues of our internal security as well as home affairs. The northeastern states border dispute, a long-standing interstate conflict in northeast India, encompasses 884-kilometer frontier and has remained unresolved since 1972, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding protracted negotiations as evidenced by the recent 2025 clash, underscoring its persistent sensitivity. Key factors contributing to this impasse include ethnic intermixing, resource and land ownership, trust deficit, and political sensitivity. Furthermore, I draw attention to the issue of Indian fishermen detained in Sri Lanka, Madam Speaker, with number exceeding 500, that is 528 for the first time in a decade compared to 787 arrests in 2014. Presently, 97 fishermen and 216 fishing boats remain in Sri Lankan custody. Critically, I underscore the imperative of conducting a census, Madam Speaker. I repeat, the imperative of conducting a census, which provides indispensable data on a country's demographic and socio-economic landscape. The absence of recent census data hampers the informed policy making, as exemplified by the Unique Identification Authority of India's revelation that a state has issued 4.09 crore Aadhaar cards, surpassing its population of 3.60 crore cards, indicating an excess of 49 lakh Aadhaar cards. This anomaly underscores the necessity of factual data, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Madam Speaker and members of the Parliament, the maritime boundary issue with Sri Lanka and eastern boundaries are complex, which are needed to be dealt with seriousness. I want to reaffirm our country's resolve to resolve this dispute through peaceful, diplomatic and lawful means. India remains committed to adhering to the international laws as a guiding framework for resolving boundary amicably. Government is actively engaged in dialogues through all the available channels. Our priority is to ensure Indians' livelihood while respecting international boundaries. We aim to prevent escalation of conflicts, protect vital trade routes and illegal activities which are threatened regional peace. India's approach is rooted in patience, and we believe that sustained diplomatic engagement backed by clear policy directiveness will have paved the way for durable and equitable resolution of these disputes. Finally, I want to assure the House that the Government of India remains fully committed to protecting interests of our citizens, fostering regional stability, upholding to the principle of peaceful resolution and international law in all the dealings with the boundaries. That's it.
Question number 1 or 2, Pardo Saha.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to start with a headline according to the Frontline magazine. The headline was Durgapur Rape and West Bengal Chief Minister's Night Rules. The statement was especially girls students residing in hostels should not venture out at night and they have to protect themselves. We all are talking about the social justice. I don't know how they can giving that kind of statement. So my question is, despite decades of constitutional guarantees and progressive judgments, incidents like the Durgapur and Arjikar rape cases reminds us that women and transgender individuals in India remain unsafe. Justice continues to be delayed or denied, often due to political interface and weak judicial independence. At the same time, the rights of LGBTQ+ persons, including the recognition of same-sex marriage and protection of minorities, remain uncertain or inadequately enforced. In such a scenario, why does India still struggle to ensure genuine gender justice and equity for all regardless of gender, identity, sexual orientation or minority status despite having constitutional and legal safeguards? Thank you.
Ministry of Home Affairs and Law and Justice, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, every time we hear of an incident like Durgapur or Ajekar, our hearts tremble. They are not just criminal acts, but they are a wounds to the soul of our democracy. We have laws, we have courts, we have the lengthiest constitution. And yet, Madam Speaker, we ask ourselves, why are women unsafe? Why are transgender citizens still disrespected in the society? Why do our LGBTQ brothers and sisters still have to justify their identity? Madam Speaker, the truth is painful because the law punishes crimes, but values prevent them. Changing laws is easy. Changing mindset is real revolution. As Home Minister, I ensure this government will not rest until safety becomes guarantee, not a promise. We have directed state police forces to ensure swift FIR registrations and survivor-friendly investigations under Section 154 CRPC. The Safe City project under Nirbhaya Fund installs smart surveillance systems in major cities. Emergency support systems 112 ensures immediate police help for women in distress. Pink patrols and Shakti teams have been deployed to strengthen women's safeties in public places. Cooperation with forensic sciences labs is being enhanced for faster evidence analysis. Our ministry works in close coordination with Law and Justice Ministry with ensure every law enacted and properly enforced and that justice is not written but witnessed. Respect is not optional, it is constitutional. It is meant that respect is not favor we grant, it's the fundamental duty we owe. The preamble gives every citizen equality and dignity. Article 14 gives equal protection before law and Article 15 forbids discrimination on the basis of gender and caste. So when we respect others, we are not being kind, we are being constitutional. When a man respects a woman's consent, he's living the constitution. When a society accepts the transgender person with pride, that's the constitution in action. When we stand up for our LGBTQ friends, we defend every idea of India. Respect is not charity, it is the citizenship. It is not kindness, it is the compliance with our constitution. But the fight cannot be alone by the government. It needs youth, the minds of youth. Raise your voice against injustice, but silence protects guilty and courage protects the nation. Every woman walks free. Every transgender citizen is treated with pride. And every identity feels safe in its own skin. This is what our government is doing. Jai Hind. And now, to take this discussion forward from the perspective of legal reforms and judicial strength, I invite Honorable Minister of Law and Justice to address the home.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question raised by an honorable opposition member, and I would like to assure that a nation's greatness is not measured by the power of its armies, but by the justice in its hearts. Today, I rise to speak not just as the Law and Justice Minister, but as the voice of millions, the voice of women who walk in fear, and the voice of children who cry in silence, and the voice of every citizen who believes that law is the strongest weapon to protect themselves. India has always worshipped womanhood, from Sita's endurance to Savitri's determination, from the spirit of Rani Lakshmibai to the courage of Nirbhaya. Yet the incidents like Ajikar reminds us that though the goddess in our country is revered, the women are still wronged. In our constitution, Article 14 ensures equality and Article 15 prohibits discrimination and Article 21 guarantees right to life and liberty. But these are not mere words carved in our constitution. These are the promises that every citizen, irrespective of gender, deserves respect, justice and equality. Honorable Madam Speaker, our government has turned those promises into power. The Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013 and 2018 introduced harsher punishments for rape, assault and acid attacks. Under Section 376A to Section 376E of IPC, the penalty for heinous sexual offences has been strengthened. After the Nirbhaya tragedy, the Supreme Court in the case Mukesh and ANR vs. State 2017 reminds that crime against women strike at the very foundation of the humanity. But Honorable Madam Speaker, justice must not embrace only women. It must embrace every citizen irrespective of gender. The historic Navtej Singh Johar vs. Union of India 2018 judgment restored the dignity of our LGBTQ+ citizens by decriminalizing Section 377 of IPC. The court declared that equality is not a favor, it is the fundamental right provided under Article 21. Honorable Madam Speaker, our government continues to strengthen the legal fabric under POCSO Act Protection for Children from Sexual Offences 2012. Children are shielded from every form of abuse. It mandates children-friendly courts, confidential proceedings, and completion of trials within 1 year. We have established fast-track special courts. Over 1,023 courts has been established exclusively for the cases under POCSO Act and rape laws. Thousands of pending cases are being cleared with the new forensic and digital supports. The government also enacted Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019 and operationalized the National Portal for Transgender ID Certification, where over 17,000 citizens have received recognition without fear or bias. Madam Speaker, our government launched the SMILE scheme, support for marginalized individuals for livelihood and enterprise, offering household, healthcare, livelihood opportunities to transgender persons. And e-courts and digital filings have made justice more accessible and transparent. Honorable Madam Speaker, our upcoming Gender Justice Equality Bill will take journey forward by ensuring equal protection for men, women and LGBTQ persons. It will also establish gender equality cells in every court and promote legal awareness campaigns in schools and universities. Because justice begins not in the courtroom but in the classroom. In conclusion, to those who criticize law alone can't change mindset, I say this: law ignites conscience. It was the law ended child marriage, it was the law that criminalized dowry, and it was the law that protected our daughter. Society changes when law needs. We are answering the questions only.
Please maintain the decorum. Please maintain the decorum. I order the Parliament, please maintain the decorum. Again, please maintain the decorum while someone is speaking. You can talk after he completes. So please.
Madam Speaker, respected member, we stand here to defend not just policies but a commitment to new, just and decisive India. We have replaced IPC designed to punish Indians with Bharati Nyaya Sanhita, a law designed to deliver justice to victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question number 103, Bhargav Damu.
హానరబుల్ మేడం స్పీకర్, ఆర్టికల్ 82 ప్రకారం ప్రతి 10 సంవత్సరాల జనాభా లెక్కల సేకరణ తర్వాత ప్రభుత్వం అనేది ఒక డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీని ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి. పార్లమెంట్ ఆ డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీ ఏర్పాటు చేసుకుని రాజ్యాంగ సవరణ ద్వారా లోక్సభ సంఖ్యలు నిర్ధారించాలి. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే రాజ్యాంగం అమల్లోకి వచ్చినప్పటి నుండి ఇప్పటి వరకు 4 సార్లు మాత్రమే డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీని ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఫస్ట్ డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిషన్ 1952, 1962, 1972, 2002. యాక్చువల్లీ 2002 డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీ ప్రకారం ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ రిజర్వేషన్ మాత్రమే కల్పించారు, లోక్సభ సీట్లు మాత్రం కల్పించలేదు. ఇప్పుడు మనకున్న లోకసభ సీట్లు 543 సీట్లు ఉన్నాయి. మూడవ డీలిమిటేషన్ ప్రకారం 1971 సెన్సస్ తీసుకున్నారు అధ్యక్ష. అయితే 1970 తర్వాత ఇక డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిషన్ అనేది 50 సంవత్సరాల వరకు ఫ్రీ చేశారు అధ్యక్ష. 2026 వరకు అధ్యక్ష. 1972 వరకు ఇప్పటి వరకు లోక్సభ సీట్లు ఒక్కసారి గమనించండి అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే 500 మాత్రమే ఉన్నాయి. బట్ అప్పటి వరకు పాపులేషన్ తేడా ఉంది అధ్యక్ష. ఇందిరాగాంధీ గవర్నమెంట్ 42వ రాజ్యాంగ సభను తీసుకుని పాపులేషన్ కంట్రోల్ అనే యాక్ట్ తీసుకొచ్చింది అధ్యక్ష. సౌత్ స్టేట్ పాపులేషన్ కంట్రోల్ చేశారు అధ్యక్ష, నార్త్ స్టేట్ మాత్రం పాపులేషన్ కంట్రోల్ చేయలేదు అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే 2011 సెన్సస్ తీసుకుంటే టాప్ పాపులేషన్ ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్, మహారాష్ట్ర, బీహార్, వెస్ట్ బెంగాల్. లోక్సభ సీట్లు ఆల్సో ఈ రాష్ట్రాల అధ్యక్ష. యాక్చువల్లీ 1972 డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీ ప్రకారం ఒక ఎంపీకి 10 లక్షల మంది జనాభా అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే నార్త్ ఇండియన్ స్టేట్స్లో చూసుకుంటే ఒక ఎంపీకి 15-20 లక్షల అధ్యక్ష. ఇది 1 ఓట్ 1 వాల్యూ ఎక్కడ ఉంది అధ్యక్ష? ఇది రాజ్యాంగ విరుద్ధం కాదా? అధ్యక్ష, ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా 15 ఫైనాన్స్ కమిషన్ ఏ సెన్సస్ ప్రకారం ఫండింగ్ తీసుకుంది అధ్యక్ష? 2011 సెన్సస్ ప్రకారం హై ఫండింగ్ నార్త్ స్టేట్కి పోయింది అధ్యక్ష, సౌత్ స్టేట్కి తక్కువ ఫండింగ్ అధ్యక్ష. జస్టిస్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది అధ్యక్ష? ఇప్పుడు 2026 తర్వాత డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిటీ అనేది సౌత్ స్టేట్కి ఉంది అధ్యక్ష. సౌత్ స్టేట్కి అన్యాయం జరుగుతుంది అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే సౌత్ స్టేట్ అధ్యక్ష, సౌత్ స్టేట్ చేసింది ఏదధ్యక్ష? జనాభాను కంట్రోల్ చేయడమా? ఇది వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చే బహుమతి అధ్యక్ష. అధ్యక్ష, డీలిమిటేషన్ కమిషన్ అనేది 2026 తర్వాత చేయాలి అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే సెన్సస్ గవర్నమెంట్ తీసుకోలేదు అధ్యక్ష. గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చేస్తుందని నేను అధ్యక్ష నేను అడుగుతున్నాను. 1972 తర్వాత ఇప్పటి వరకు 2023 వరకు ఇంకా ఎక్కువ జరుగుతున్నాయి అధ్యక్ష. ఎకనామిక్ పరంగా, డెవలప్ పరంగా, పొలిటికల్ పవర్ ఆల్సో అధ్యక్ష. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, I want the member of the parliament. I want to ask him what's the main question he is asking about.
అధ్యక్ష,
This is not right.
అధ్యక్ష,
Please continue.
అధ్యక్ష, యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే మనందరం చూస్తున్నాం అధ్యక్ష. వాట్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్ ఇండియా, సౌత్ స్టేట్, నార్త్ స్టేట్ అని విడదీసి చూస్తున్నారు అధ్యక్ష. అధ్యక్ష, ఇది ఎంతకి జరుగుతుంది? గవర్నమెంట్ ఎందుకు ఇలాగుంది అధ్యక్ష? సౌత్ స్టేట్ కి అన్యాయం జరుగుతుంది అధ్యక్ష. ఫెడరల్ పాలసీ అనేది ఎక్కడ ఉంది అధ్యక్ష? 1 ఓట్ 1 వాల్యూ ఎక్కడ ఉంది అధ్యక్ష? ఇది ఈక్వల్ రిప్రజెంట్ అధ్యక్ష. ఇదంతా చేస్తుంది వారి రాజకీయ ప్రయోజనాల కోసమా అధ్యక్ష? ప్రభుత్వం దీన్ని ఏ విధంగా పరిష్కరిస్తుందో యూ వాంట్ ప్రాపర్ ఆన్సర్ అధ్యక్ష.
Ministry of Home Affairs, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable opposition member is giving the information but not asking the main question, I think. What's the question you have given here, but what you are asking, brother? What's the question? You are asking about the delimitation 2026. According to the article 82 and 170, we are going to do that.
Honorable Madam Speaker.
Please sit down.
Wait,
Please
Home
sit
Minister is
down.
talking and some other member is...
Please sit down. Don't
Please,
interrupt.
what is
This is
this,
question hour. This is question hour.
With regarding the first and second part of the question, I would like to answer.
Please maintain the decorum. Please maintain the decorum.
That the
While
government
person
has
is
not...
speaking, please don't interrupt. Please continue.
Regarding his question, that government has not yet taken any decision about the delimitation. We are just thinking, because according to the articles 82 and 170, we have to do that. And through the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976, we freeze the readjustment of constituencies based on the 1971 census. The freeze was further extended through 84th Amendment until 2026. I think you got this. Until 2026, we freeze the...
Please don't interrupt.
According to the 84th Constitutional Amendment Act 19, we have frozen the Delimitation Act until 2026. So, now we are thinking about the Delimitation 2026. Regarding the concern about the political motives, I would like to clarify that this is a constitutional and administrative process. Any discussion on delimitation arise slowly because the freeze period is nearing the constitutional end, not due to any political considerations. Now that this constitutional mandated timeline is approaching, the matter will have to be examined as per constitutional provisions. At this stage, we do not have any, we haven't any taken decision. So thank you. Wait a minute. Can I ask what's the same minute?
Madam Speaker.
Wait.
Madam
Please
Speaker.
sit down. Please maintain silence.
Madam Speaker.
This is questioner. I'm again reminding you, this is only the questioner. Please sit
Madam
down.
Speaker, Adhyaksha.
I again warn you. I
Census-
warn you this time. Please sit down. Please. Yes. Question number 104. Shivani Lahari M.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. In support with the Member of Parliament regarding displacement and capture of fishermen, and in the light of the increasing displacement of people due to internal conflicts, persecution, climate change, particularly visible since the post-COVID era, where India today hosts 2.1 lakh refugees and asylum seekers as per UNHCR 2024 report, while the World Bank report suggests that or warns that nearly 45 million Indians could be displaced by 2050. I repeat, could be displaced by 2050 due to climate impacts. Where these people are still governed under the Foreigners Act 1946, which does not make any distinction between asylum seekers and illegal migrants. When Articles 14 and 21 of the Indian Constitution guarantees equality and dignity to all, where our ethos is Aditi Devo Bhava, how do we respond when neither the United Nations or the global nations have established a robust international legal framework for climate-induced displacement? May I ask the Honorable Minister of External Affairs, how does the government justify the continued absence of a comprehensive refugee and climate displacement law in India when we truly position ourselves as Vishwaguru in this era of Vikasit Bharat?
Ministry of External Affairs.
Honorable Madam Speaker and the members of the Parliament, India acknowledges climate-induced displacement as a significant challenge and is addressing it through the National Action Plan on Climate Change, focusing on mitigation and adaptation of strategies. Although a dedicated national climate refugee law is yet to be enacted, legislative progress is underway through the Climate Migration, Protection and Rehabilitation Bill of 2022. Existing disaster management for frameworks ensure immediate relief and rehabilitation for affected population, demonstrating India's commitment to humanitarian responses. India's decision not to sign the 1951 Refugee Convention allows flexibility in designing the policies suited to its unique socio-political and demographical context. Our country has long-standing humanitarian tradition, offering shelter and support to the displaced people both within the region and globally. The government continues to engage with multiple stakeholders to develop the comprehensive and inclusive policies balancing humanitarian needs, national security, and sustainable development. The India's vision as Vishwaguru is rooted in pragmatics. Effective policy that upholds the constitutional values, human dignity, and moral responsibility. The government remains committed to building a robust legal and policy frameworks to protect the vulnerable population and proactively addresses current and future climate displacement challenge. I think I answered it.
Question number 105. Mopidevi Rajeshwari.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise my voice against the
injustice which is happening towards women and child in our nation. Madam Speaker, जहां नारी का आदर होता है वहां देवता बात करते हैं, लेकिन आज के भारत में नारी के सम्मान पर परिचिन्न लगना पड़ रहा है. भारत माता की जय तभी होती है, तभी सच्चे होती है जब भारत की बेटियों की सुरक्षित होती है. नारी की सुरक्षा केवल कानून ही नहीं, हमारे नजरिए से भी तय होती है और यहाँ आज यही है बड़े सबसे संघर्ष. Respected Honorable Madam Speaker and the members, I rise to speak not in opposition for the sake of opposing, but to ensure that the voices of women, children, often unheard, and are given rightful importance in policy and action. Today, I rise to speak clarification on matters that concern the dignity, safety, and future of our women and children in our nation. My questions are not out of criticism, but out of responsibility. Honorable Madam Speaker, India's women from nearly a population, half of the population are rapidly growing. We have 48.05% of the population in India according to 2025. We have women, Madam Speaker. So crimes against women are rapidly growing, where our women come to online for education, work and public life. At the digital realm has become a space where stalking, image abuse, blackmail and harassment increasingly and rapidly growing. According to the National Crime Records Bureau 2023 reports, Madam Speaker, the crimes which are reported 4.48 lakhs which are related to cyber crimes, especially for women, Madam Speaker. And the cybercrime 2023, tens and thousands of crores, significant year to year, these are rising, Madam Speaker. And deepfake AI abuses instigated the reports and the rising cases which are, according to the helplines, 10% they are increasing, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about the reporting and forensics, many districts lack of dedicated cyber and forensic capacity. Delhi police itself stated that they are receiving 10 to 8 cases every day which are related to women which are being on the cyber crimes, Madam Speaker. So, we told digital India is our future, but can we really call it? But can we really call it when our women will live in digital fear? Technology without safety is liberty without security, Madam Speaker. We do not want promises. We want protection. The women in India deserve more than sympathy. They deserve safety, Madam Speaker. May the Honorable Madam Speaker, may the respect of the Minister of Electronics and the Information and Technology please state also the Honorable Minister of the Women and Welfare and Child Welfare is also equally obligated to answer the question for the public good. So my question is, Madam Speaker, in light of rising cases of deepfake crimes and online harassment and misuses of women personal data, can the Honorable Ministry clarify why the government has still not produced a comprehensive Digital Safety Act for women, despite repeated incidents exposing serious gaps in the cyber law enforcement and the accountability? Thank you.
Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for raising this very timely question. I would like to assure this House that the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is aware of the grave concerns posed by online harassment, deepfake crimes, and is actively working to strengthen both the legal and technological homeworks to address them. Madam Speaker, India today is the world's second largest digital ecosystem with over 850 million internet users. With such scale comes both opportunity and responsibility. While digital inclusion has empowered women across sectors from entrepreneurship to education, it has also exposed them to new vulnerabilities in cyberspace.
Our approach, therefore, rests on three pillars. One is prevention, the second one is protection, and the third one is prosecution. Under prevention, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has launched multiple initiatives aimed at public awareness and digital literacy. Through Information Security Education and Awareness (ICA) program, we are training millions of citizens, particularly women, to identify and report online threats. On protection, Madam Speaker, we have already strengthened the IT Rules 2021, that is, Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code, which places clear obligation on social media intermediaries to remove unlawful and harmful content that violates the fundamental rights of many. On prosecution, Madam Speaker, is carried out under the Information Technology Act. The constitutional foundation of these laws lies in Article 14, Article 15, Article 19 and Article 21, which guarantee equality, prohibit discrimination and protect dignity and privacy. A secure internet is a constitutional promise, Your Honor. Madam Speaker, we are also leveraging technology itself as a shield. The Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center works closely with Ministry of IT and Home Affairs to take down malicious content through AI-based detection tools. Madam Speaker, while the demands for the Comprehensive Digital Safety Act for Women is reasonable, it is important to note that the government is trying to create a safety approach to create a single technological neutral digital law, one that safeguards all users but with strong gender-sensitive provisions and accountability for digital intermediaries. Fragmentation of laws may not be as effective as building an integrated, enforceable framework for the digital governance. Under the Rule 3, Subsection 1 of IT Rules mandates that the intermediaries must publish their rules, privacy policy, and user-accessible language and inform users not to host, display, modify, publish, store, or update any information that is either obscene, pornographic, pedophilic, invasive of another's privacy, insulting or harassing on the basis of gender, etc. Under Rule 4, Subsection 2 and Rule 3, Subsection 2, Clause B on intermediary must have a grievance mechanism, publish the name and contact of the grievance officer, acknowledge user complaint within 24 hours, and resolve identified content, whether it be non-consensual nudity, morphed images, impersonation, as early as possible. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology remains fully committed to ensuring that India's digital transformation is rooted in trust, safety, and respect for every citizen. In a digital nation, protection is a right and accountability is a duty, Your Honor. The Ministry of Women and Child Welfare will take over from here. Thank you.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Member of raising the question that goes to very heart of digital society, the dignity and safety empowerment of women. Deep fakes, online harassments, and misuse of personal data are not mere technological challenges. They are directly assault on the woman and confidence, privacy, and freedom. My ministry is closely coordination with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, has taken decisive steps to ensure India's digital progress is matched by equally strong digital safeguards. To landmark legislative frameworks are in their final stage of consultation before being introduced in this House. Digital literacy, women protection, and cyber security with a bill AI. To promote the bill literacy, guarantee women protection online, and establish a comprehensive national AI governance and framework, which includes the key provisions and implementations are deliteracy of all, AI-assisted training modules, mobile learning vans, and community teach hubs for the women, for rural and minority section in the safe, responsible, and technological use. National AI and Cyber Security Council is a central body to monitor the high-risk systems, coordinate with cyber incident responses, and strengthen the data protection standards. Mandatory safety by design, every digital platform ensure 24-hour takedown, abuse and non-sexual content, preserve the digital evidence, and provide mechanism in local language. And we also introduced AI ethics and independent audit. All AI tools of content moderation will undergo annual third-party audits to prevent gender. Funding and monitoring. Dedicate to national, state budgets for literacy campaigns to check the victim support centers. And also the framework too is Women Cyber Safety and Digital Empowerment Bill 2025. The main purpose to create this to instruct the mechanism and prevent the report and readdress the cyber violence while empowering the women to participate in fully in digital economy. The key provisions and implements a National Commission of Women for Cyber Security means an authority empowered to investigate the complaints, coordinate with land enforcement, and operate AI-enable protocol. Digital empowerment initiatives are women's speech hubs, subsidy internet access and programs, entrepreneurship training for women and minority classes, rapid relief and victim protection, immediate takedown and unlawful content temporary, identity and protection of survivors for free legal assistance. Why this approach is powerful and practical is it includes prevention, protection and empowerment. Means goes behind the punishment, it builds awareness and confidence. The real-time action is be taken is under AI-driven tracing 24/7 helpline numbers. No woman of India endlessly wait for the justice. Economy reliances by mastering the digital skills. Women can become the creators of digital world, not the victims. Transparency and accountability. Public dashboards are biannual audits keep every implementing agency answerable to the city leads on protection, awareness and empowerment. The technical regulation AI monitoring are implemented in close partnership with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Together, ensuring the cyber security and human dignity move forward hand in hand. One enforce law, another enable the life. Our vision of India where every woman from the smallest village to the largest city can learn the work and express herself in the online freely. These reforms will make the India global model of ethical governance and women-centric digital safety. Madam Speaker, I assure this House that these two landmark bills will be tabled and passed in the very next session of the Parliament. We are not merely responding to the threats, we are reshaping the digital era so that the technology becomes the shield, not a weapon. In the conclusion, Madam Speaker, the digital safety for India that truly leads to Vishwaguru and realize the Vikasit Bharat vision, inclusive the refuse and law ensuring justice, dignity and protection for the climate displaced persons, than the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Jai Hind.
Question number 106, Srikanth.
అధ్యక్ష మైక్ రాలేదు మైక్ అవసరం లేదనుకుంటా
Technical team, please look into this. Guide him.
అధ్యక్ష చర్చ ఆనరబుల్ స్పీకర్ చర్చలంతా రసవంతంగా జరుగుతున్నాయి మా వాళ్ళకి కొద్దిగా వాటర్ ఇవ్వండి అడిగి కలిసిపోయారు ఆపోజిషన్ వాళ్ళు. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడంటే మా వాళ్ళు అడిగిన దానిలో కానీ వాళ్ళు చెప్పేదైనా కానీ సో టెక్నాలజీ పరంగా పెద్ద ఇష్యూ వాళ్ళు చేయొచ్చు, వాళ్ళు చేసే ఇల్లు చెప్పొచ్చు. బట్ నేను అడిగేది ఏంటంటే సో టెక్నాలజీ లేనప్పుడే ప్రాచీన కాలంలో నిర్మితమైనటువంటి సైట్లను ఈరోజు యునెస్కో ఒక హెరిటేజ్గా గుర్తించి వాటికి అద్భుతమైనటువంటి అవకాశాలు సృష్టించి ఆ ప్రాంతంలో ఎటువంటి చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలో ఆ సైట్ యొక్క డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసి ఒక హెరిటేజ్ సంస్థ గుర్తించడం జరుగుతుంది అధ్యక్ష. కానీ మన దేశంలో ప్రజెంట్ 44 ఉన్నాయి అధ్యక్ష. అదే కాకుండా మన ప్రపంచంలో 44 మన దేశంలో ఉంటే చిన్న దేశం ఇటలీ అయినటువంటి ఇటలీ దేశంలో 60 ఉన్నాయి దేశ. అంతకంటే చిన్న దేశం ఫ్రాన్స్లో మనకంటే ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి అధ్యక్ష. వాళ్ళు ఆ సైట్ల ద్వారా వాటి డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసి అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి స్థానికంగా ప్రజలకు టూరిజాన్ని డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసి స్థానికంగా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలను డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసి కూడా వాళ్ళు ప్రపంచ రంగాలలో ముందడుగు వేస్తున్నారు అధ్యక్ష. మనము ఈరోజు ప్రపంచంలోనే పెద్ద డెమోక్రసీ కంట్రీ అనుకుంటాం, అదేవిధంగా ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కువ మంది ఓటర్లు ఉన్నారు అనుకుంటున్నాం. కానీ ప్రాచీన కాలంలో మరిగిపోతున్నటువంటి వారసత్వాన్ని ఈ జనరేషన్లో ఉపయోగించుకొని నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ కూడా ఇవ్వగలిగితే అధ్యక్ష ప్రపంచంలో ఏ దేశంలో కూడా లేనటువంటి వనరు మన దేశంలో ఉండదు అధ్యక్ష. ఆనాడు ప్రాచీన కాలంలోనే టెక్నాలజీ లేనప్పుడు వాటి యొక్క నిర్మాణం శైలి, వాటి యొక్క శిల్పాలు అద్భుతంగా వాటి యొక్క వారసత్వ సంపద ఉంది. నేటికి కూడా అది మరుగుపడిపోకుండా మన లీడర్స్ ఎటువంటి చర్యలు తీసుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళు చెప్పాలి అధ్యక్ష. తర్వాత ఈ యొక్క టూరిజాన్ని నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్లో ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పరంగా ఉపయోగించుకోవచ్చు అధ్యక్ష. మన దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సైట్లు హెరిటేజ్ సైట్లు మామూలుది కాదు, న్యాచురల్ రీసెర్చ్ అన్న అదేవిధంగా వాటిని కూడా ఉపయోగించుకుంటే ప్రపంచంలోనే ఒక భారతదేశం యొక్క సంస్కృతి నాగరికత మనం అంటాం కదా, మన దేశ సంస్కృతి ప్రపంచ దేశాలలో తెలియజేయాలని ఇటువంటి సైట్లను ఉపయోగించుకుంటే ఇది కాదు దేశం ఇంకొక 100 సంవత్సరాలైనా మన భారతదేశం యొక్క సంస్కృతికి సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గా ప్రపంచంలో ఒక ఉన్నతాన్ని తెలుపుతారు. వీళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు టెక్నాలజీ ఉంది, అదేవిధంగా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ ఉంది, ఇవన్నీ పే చేసుకొని హెరిటేజ్ సైట్లను ఎటువంటి విధంగా వీళ్ళు కాపాడగలుగుతారో దీన్ని సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గా ప్రపంచానికి అదేవిధంగా మనకు రాబోయే జనరేషన్కి అదేగా మనం అనుకో వికసిత భారత్ 2047 కల్లా ఆ హెరిటేజ్ సైట్లు ఎన్ని వీళ్ళు తయారు చేయగలుగుతారో వీళ్ళు అద్భుతంగా మాకు సమాధానం చెప్పాలి. ఈ యొక్క పరిష్కారానికి ఖచ్చితంగా రావాలి అధ్యక్ష. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇది నాట్ వాట్ టెక్నాలజీ కాదు అధ్యక్ష, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పరంగా మనం అన్నటువంటి నిరుద్యోగం పరంగా దేశం యొక్క అభివృద్ధికి ముఖ్యంగా దేశం యొక్క జీడిపికి ఇది ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అధ్యక్ష. వాళ్ళు సరైన క్రమంలో అవి తీసుకెళ్లాలి, మాకు సమాధానం కావాలి అధ్యక్ష. థ్యాంక్ యూ అనంత మచ్.
Honorable Member of Minister of Culture.
Honorable Member Speaker, I am grateful to the Honorable Member for raising a question that truly touches the soul of our nation. The question of how we, as a proud and ancient civilization, choose to preserve, protect and honor our priceless national heritage. Our monuments, manuscripts, temples, forts, paintings and archaeological sites are not just relics of history. They are the living symbols of Bharat's eternity. They remind us that India is not merely a political entity but a civilization that has been running from over 5 millennia. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member has rightly observed that many of our great heritage sites are recognized globally by UNESCO. This government firmly believes that the custodianship of India's heritage must rest in Indian hands, guided by Indian expertise also and rooted in Indian values. On dependence of UNESCO is with UNESCO not for dependence but out of partnership. The international recognition
the international recognition of sites such as Dholavira, Hoysala temples or the sacred ensembles of Hampi serves as acknowledgement of India's contribution to human civilization. However, for the government of India, every monument, I repeat, every monument, whether inscribed by UNESCO or not, is equally sacred. The Ministry of Culture, through the Archaeological Survey of India and allied bodies, carries out continuous conservation work across more than 3,700 centrally protected monuments and assists states in preserving thousands more than remain unprotected or lesser known. And we are committed to moving beyond dependency and towards self-reliant conservation driven by scientific, cultural and indigenous expertise. And as mentioned by the Honorable Member, on the public-private partnership model, the Honorable Member has expressed concern about the PPP model in heritage management. Let me state unequivocally, Madam Speaker, that no core conservation or structural restoration work has been handed over to private entities under the PPP scheme. Let me clear that no scheme has been handed over to PPP. All conservation and restoration work remains entirely under the jurisdiction of the ASI and State Departments of Archaeology, supervised by qualified conservation scientists and engineers. The government's position is clear. Heritage cannot be commercialized. It can only be revered and preserved. On budget and government measures, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, heritage preservation has been given a renewed and holistic vision. In the Union Budget 2025 to 26, the Ministry of Culture has been allocated rupees 3,360.96 crore and the Archaeological Survey of India alone has been provided rupees 1,278.49 crore, nearly 38% of the total cultural outlay. Beyond these allocations, several measurable initiatives are underway. And on the proposal for our National Heritage Autonomy Fund, as demanded by the Honorable Member, now, Madam Speaker, coming to the Honorable Member's specific proposal for the creation of a dedicated non-lapsable non-heritage autonomy fund with an allocation of 0.5% of percentage of the total annual budget outlay, the government welcomes this visionary idea. We are actively examining the feasibility of establishing such a fund in consultation with the Ministry of Finance and Niti Aayog. If approved, this fund will be equivalent to nearly 25,000 crore and will be ring-fenced exclusively for heritage conservation. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to add that Hanskriti Amar Porisoy. This is in Assamese, and Sanskriti Hamaro Gaurav Ho. This is in Nepali, and Sanskriti Amader Atma, Samskriti Mana Gauravam. These lines, Madam Speaker, are not just words. They represent the heartbeat of India's unity and diversity. From the Himalayas to Kanyakumaris, from Majuli to Meenakshi, our culture binds us as one people, one spirit, one Bharat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Question number 107, Likita Shivaratri.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Speaker and the Good morning, Honorable Speaker and the members of the House. Concerned with tourism. We all know that India is one of the most visited countries in Asia, known for its cultural diversity, history, and natural beauty. The Indian tourism industry contributes about 5 to 6% to the India's GDP and employs millions of people directly and indirectly. The Ministry of Tourism promotes the country under the slogan, Incredible India. Tourists bring foreign currency into the country which helps and boosts the economy. But here, we witnessed the failure of tourism sector in our government. Here, Madam Speaker, I am talking about the heavy expenses. Travel within our own country is become costlier than going abroad. I am talking about the lack of transportation. Tourism can't grow without good transport, yet so many beautiful places remain unreachable. Why is the infrastructure development always promised but never prioritized? And we have been promoting tourism for years, but many tourist spots still lack basic infrastructure. If development funds are being allocated, where is that money actually going? And while talking about the safety and safeguards, we witnessed the tragic incidents from the recent months. In April 2025, the popular tourist region of Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, 26 tourists were killed and some more injured. This event has been described as the failure of security and safeguards. Now I want from the ruling party to answer this. Thank you.
Ministry of Tourism, please. Ministry of Tourism, please. Please maintain decorum. There's just a technical issue. Please maintain decorum. Yes, Prime Minister.
On behalf of the Minister for Tourism, I will be answering the question regarding the steps that have the government been taken to safeguard the high tourist places in the area. The Indian Army, 3 forces were also, or special forces were arranged at the areas of the Jammu and Kashmir, and we are looking to that. And the tragic incidents in the tourist area is really a sorrow thing, and we deeply, and the counter measures were also taken, and all the terrorists who have planned all these attacks were neutralized. And I am also assuring that we will be taking a tourism policy, and request the members or from the ruling or opposition or whoever to give the suggestions to the government. We'll improve our tourism policy and we'll move on it. Thank you.
Question number 108, G. Hema Venkata Satyanarayana.
మేడం స్పీకర్, నేను అడగాల్సిన క్వశ్చన్ సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ మినిస్టర్ని అడగాలనుకుంటున్నాను. అదేంటంటే మన దేశ అభివృద్ధిలో టెక్నాలజీ ఎంతో ముఖ్య పాత్ర పోషిస్తుంది. నేను అడగాల్సిన క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకి టెక్నాలజీ అందించడానికి గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చర్యలు తీసుకుంటుంది? డీఫేక్ వీడియోలు స్కామ్స్ అరికట్టడానికి గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చర్యలు చేపడుతుంది? దీని గురించి చెప్పాల్సిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాను.
Ministry of Science and Technology, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, on behalf of Ministry of Science and Technology, the Parliamentary Affairs is answering this question. Regarding the question how we are implementing the technological aspects in rural areas, I want to clear and state my answer that there are many facilities in rural areas, such as we are digitalizing the education in government schools, and there are many schemes such as Mana TV, which Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and many schools in these states have implemented these programs. But what I want to suggest is the people are not aware regarding these programs, and we are also taking care of that to get these programs to have a wide reach for everyone. So we are trying our level best. With the cooperation of everyone, we can do more. Thank you.
Question number 109, Veeramachneni Gayatri Devi.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and honorable members of this House. I, Veeramachneni Gayatri Devi, rise today with a question that exposes the gap between what India claims in sports and what India actually delivers. India is a nation of 140 crore people, yet we returned from the recent Summer Olympics with just 6 medals. Not because our athletes lack talent, but because they lack support long before they step onto this field. Madam Speaker, a few sports receive VIP treatment, while others, including our national game, hockey, have been pushed aside for decades. We have not won a Hockey World Cup since 1975. That is 50 years of ignoring the sport that defined us. Madam Speaker, at the same time, India allocates 3,794.30 crores to youth affairs and sports and operates 189 SAI training centers for 9,025 athletes. Yet thousands of young players still train on damaged grounds, buy their own equipment, pay for their own diets, and struggle without physiotherapists, nutritionists, and psychologists. Even worse, only 35% of overall sports funding benefits women. And under Khelo India's Sports for Women program, barely 9.5 crores has reached the ground. So, Honorable Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, here is the question. If India has the money, the infrastructure, the talent, and the history, then why does our system still produce champions in spite of the system and not because of it? Where is this massive allocation actually going if it is not reaching the athletes at the grassroots? And finally, when will Indian parents feel secure enough to let their children enter sports without the fear of sacrificing their future, when the allocations meant for them rarely reaches them? Because if allocations exist only on paper and not in practice, then Madam Speaker, what future are we really building for Indian sports?
Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, and I thank Honorable Member for her question, and I want to inform you that hockey is not our national game, and India has not announced our national game. Regarding India winning only 6 medals at 2024 Paris Olympic Games, the government fully acknowledges the aspirations of our citizens for greater sporting success. However, it must be noted that the performance of our athletes has steadily improved over the past few Olympic cycles. India won only 2 medals in 2016 Rio, 7 in 2020 Tokyo, and 6 in 2024 Paris, showing consistent presence on the global stage. The government of India has not taken any decision to blame or to criticize athletes. Rather, we continue to strengthen training, infrastructure, and support system through schemes like Khelo India, Target Olympic Podium schemes, and Mission Olympic Cell. Regarding lack of encouragement to sports in schools, it is true that earlier sports in schools did not receive any adequate attention. However, the government is actively addressing this gap. Under the Khelo Indian program, special focus is given to school level and grassroots sports. The National Education Policy 2020 has made sports and physical education an integral part of the school curriculum. More than 1,000 Khelo India centers have been established to provide basic coaching and equipment at the district level. Hence, the government is working continuously to ensure the coaches improved infrastructure and wide opportunity for talented students across the country. The issue conclusion will continue by our member.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, actually you should check your OpenAI or ChatGPT. It is not correct because Olympics were 2 types. Olympics were 2 types, Winter Olympics and Summer Olympics. Winter Olympics conduct every 2 years. You are speaking about Summer Olympics. In Summer Olympics there are 4, every 4 years. In Summer Olympics there are 2, Parallel Olympics and Normal Olympics. In Normal Olympics we got 6 minutes. I accept that. Have you seen of the Paralympics? I request you. No, you not. Because we got more than 10 men and nearly 30 medals. I request you to please check your Star GPT before questioning us. And one more. Recently, India won a World Cup against Australia. Indian women won the World Cup. Have you ever know that? No, you not.
Yes,
And
I do know that. And I know what I'm talking about.
No interruptions, please. Please sit down.
Madam, the question is...
He raised the hand. He asked the permission. He spoke.
I haven't asked, I haven't mentioned his name. I haven't mentioned her. And Indian women under 16, they just qualified. It's history. She just qualified.
Face me. Face me, please.
Indian women just qualified to A Division Asia Cup under 16. It's a history. None of us speaking about that. It's a history, ma'am. Till date, no one qualified for India. It's a history for all of
Silence.
us. And Indian women qualified and Indian men under 16 recently won Sabha Championship in Sri Lanka. It's a history for us too. Please consider that too also. We are doing very best, and recently have you know intercollegiate has been done in our university. You have to know about that too. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving the opportunity. And thank you.
Sit down. Question number 110, Jayashree.
Respected Speaker, Madam, today I'd like to ask the Minister of Health and Family Welfare what evidence-based data have they collected and analyzed regarding the disaggregated health burden by poverty level, social group and geographic locations in areas suffering from chronic industrial pollution, and what new time-bound policy is the government implementing to guarantee environmental justice and provide compensatory health services and economic rehabilitation to the disproportionately affected marginalized communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Ruling party, please maintain silence. I'm warning you again.
Honorable Madam Speaker,
Yes.
the Parliamentary Affairs is going to answer this question. See, our government is continuously trying to counter this issue of pollution through various schemes such as National Clean Air Program and Comprehensive Environmental Pollution Index. Non-compellent industries are being penalized. Polluted sites are under time-bound cleanup. Every industry now has an environmental plan to ensure people benefit directly. And Environmental Relief Fund, ERF, collecting funds from polluted industries, and this fund is helping for the restoration of many people. So, as per the question asked by the Honorable Opposition Leader, we will address this problem in collaboration with the Health Minister and will organize a commission to resolve this by taking the actual facts of the data through the survey. And I want to stress the point that our government just don't give promises, but will do and will show it. Thank you.
Question number 111, Kusum Agarwal.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, I would like to bring attention to the problem of freebies in the parliament. India is a welfare state and we all know it very well. So it's the duty of the government to provide welfare and protect the poor or vulnerable sections of society by providing support for upliftment and better life. Welfare schemes also serves as a safety net during times of economic hardship, natural disasters or emergencies, buffering households against shocks and mitigating socio-economic vulnerabilities. But it doesn't mean that government should make a large section of the society useless by giving them freebies. Over a period of time, freebies are taking center stage beyond the fact that no proper job creation, lack of proper infrastructure, sanitation, and helping to improve the standard of life or per capita income. When deciding on
expenditure of welfare, clarity needs to be established in what terms the welfare is being defined and what constitutes freebies. The concern here is not how cheap the freebies are given to the citizens, but the concern is how expensive it would be on the fiscal health of our country in the long run.
Ministry
the
of
government-
Finance. Ministry of Finance. Sit down.
I haven't completed yet, ma'am.
Okay, complete.
If the government really wants to make India a welfare state, then it should provide free education, healthcare and sanitation to all. Even though we claim we are fourth largest economy of our world, first in respect of population, then why we are 143rd out of 196 countries in GDP per capita? Even the Honorable SC has called freebies as a corrupt election practice in S. Subramaniam Balaji versus State of Tamil Nadu. And we can observe the impact of freebies by observation of Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai. Freebies is the poor into a parasitic life, draining them all to find the work. So, my question is to the Finance Minister, isn't the government duty to use the hard-earned money or middle class for the welfare of the country, or it is just freebies which is of no benefit at any aspect of economy?
Ministry of Finance, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, the concern raised by the Honorable Member is important. First of all, I would like to answer the question why freebies are important in India. It's important for bridging deep social and economic inequality. India still has hundreds of millions of people who struggle for basic needs, food, shelter, healthcare and education. Free or subsidized schemes help bridge this gap between the rich and poor. Free nation through the public distribution system ensures no one starves. Free healthcare under Ayushman Bharat save millions of poor families from medical debt. Without such programs, inequality would worsen and social unrest could rise. It is important for human development, which is a long-term investment. Free education, healthcare or skill training aren't just giveaways. They are investment in human capital. When people are healthy and educated, they become productive citizens who can contribute to the economy later. Midday meal schemes or free school uniforms motivate children to attend school, boosting literacy and future productivity. It is important for supporting vulnerable sections during crisis. In terms of crises like COVID-19, droughts or inflation, freebies act as a safety net. They prevent hunger, poverty and social collapse. During the pandemic, free rations and cash transfers helped millions survive lockdowns when they lost jobs. So in emergencies, freebies can literally save lives. It is important for political and social stability. If poor people feel abandoned by the system, it can lead to the frustration and unrest. Welfare schemes build trust in democracy. People see that states care for them. In India's diverse democracy, where many regions still lag behind, such programs strengthen political stability and nation unity. It is important for kickstarting economic demand. When poor and middle income families get financial support, they spend more on goods and services, boosting consumer demand and local business. Free LPG connections increased demand for LPG and improved rural health outcomes simultaneously. Madam Speaker, addressing the challenge of unsustainable freebies in India's welfare system requires a multi-pronged approach emphasizing fiscal prudence, targeted support and political accountability. Here are the key measures that could be implemented with a focus on feasibility in India's federal system. It is enforcing fiscal discipline through central incentives and penalties. Linking central transfers to performance metrics, the union government could tie a portion of states' devolved taxes or grants to adherence with fiscal responsibility laws, such as capping freebie spending at 2 to 3% of state GDP or prioritizing capital expenditure over revenue subsidies. Reviving and strengthening the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act mandates states to phase out non-merit subsidies over 3 to 5 years with escape clause only for disasters. The 15th Finance Commission had recommended this and implementing it could lower combined fiscal deficits by 1 to 2% of GDP, easing public debt from 85% to below 80% by 2030. By targeting welfare to the truly needy, reducing leakages, we can reduce the burden on middle class families, digitize and other link all schemes for direct benefit transfers by expanding DBT to cover 90 to 95% of subsidies using AI driven audits to exclude non-poor beneficiaries estimated at 20 to 30% in programs like PDS. This could save 1 to 1.5 lakh crore annually as seen in pilots where targeting cut leakages by 40%. Schemes like free electricity could shift to metered, income caps, vouchers for BPL households only. Making benefits conditional, tying cash transfers to skill training, employment or school attendance, transforming freebies into investments. Studies show this boosts labor participation by 10 to 15% and reduce dependency, with states like Telangana piloting similar models yielding 20% better outcomes. Broadening the tax base and ease middle class burdens by reforming the GST and income tax for equity. India's GST structure has recently simplified to two slabs, 5% merit rate and 18% standard rate, with a special 40% demerit for luxury and sin goods. These next generation GST reforms removed the previous 12% and 28% slabs for most items. These changes are useful for the middle class by making essential goods cheaper, reducing the tax on many household items and lowering costs for consumer durables and vehicles. Simplifying GST slabs to boost compliance via AI tools for real-time tracking, potentially raising revenues by 15 to 20% without hiking rates. Expanding progressive taxation, tax luxury consumption and under-taxed sectors more aggressively, aiming to increase the direct tax to GDP ratio from 6.5 to 8% by 2028. This would distribute the load fairly, allowing middle-class refunds or credits for welfare contributions. Madam Speaker, freebies in India are not always wasteful. They can be powerful tools for inclusion, dignity and growth if used wisely. They are essential in a developing economy like India's, but must evolve from handouts to opportunities, from giving things from free to creating freedom from poverty. Public spending on health and education is not a freebie. It's a productive investment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The questionnaire is ended. No more supplementary questions, please. The House will meet after a lunch break. Secretary General to report message from Upper Chamber of Youth Parliament.
Ma'am, I have to report the following message received from the Secretary of Upper Chamber of the Youth Parliament is the Indian Port Bill 2025, which the government passed in the last session, has been rectified and is ready to be sent to the President approval.
Now, the House will take up the consideration of the National Education Reforms Bill 2025. Ministry of Education and Parliamentary Affairs, please.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, I beg to move the National Educational Reform Bill 2025 to provide free higher education to all eligible students in government universities across India, ensure the development of national world-class educational infrastructure, and strengthen India's higher education system.
Motion moved.
Be it enacted by Youth Parliament in the 76th year of Republic of India as follows. This act may be called the National Educational Reform Act 2025. It extends to the whole of India. It shall come into force from the next academic year immediately following its notification in the official gazette. Objective of the act. The objective of this act is to provide free and equitable access to higher education for all students, promote academic excellence, and develop a national higher education system capable of competing with leading international universities. Applicability. This act shall apply to all central, state, and other government universities and institutions providing higher education within India. Free higher education for all students. Higher education shall be provided free of cost to all students enrolled in government universities and institutions. The central government shall bear 80% of financial responsibility and rest to be borne by state governments for implementing free higher education under this act. No financial burden shall be placed on students or their families for tuition or institutional fees. National infrastructure development. The central government shall establish a national higher education infrastructure development mission to upgrade and modernize facilities in government universities. The mission shall ensure establishment of world-class laboratories, libraries, and research centers, promotion of digital learning and academic collaboration with reputed international institutions, and development of government universities to compete with global standard in education and research. Protection of reservation policy. Nothing in this act shall be considered to affect or alter the existing provisions of reservation in education for scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, economically backward classes as provided under the Constitution or any law for the time being in force. The benefits of free higher education under this act shall be extended to all eligible students in accordance with the existing reservation framework. Regulation of management and NRA quota in admissions in private universities and institutions. In private universities and institutions, not more than 10% of the total approved intake shall be allotted under the management and NRA quota combined, subject to the following conditions. Such admission shall be made in transparent and accountable manner as per guidelines notified by the central government or University Grants Commission. The fee structure for such quota seats shall be regulated by the Fee Regulatory Committee constituted by the appropriate authority, and any violation of this provision shall result in withdrawal of recognition or de-affiliation of the concerned institution. The University Grants Commission or any other competent authority authorized by the central government shall monitor the implementation of this clause and submit an annual compliance report to the Ministry of Education. Overseas education and employment conditions. Students who pursue higher education abroad with financial assistance or funding provided under this act shall do so only for educational purposes and not for direct employment outside India. Any student who obtains employment abroad after completion of such education shall be required to reimburse the total expenditure incurred by the government on their education within such time and manner as may be prescribed. The central government may exempt such reimbursements in special cases where the students contributes to national interest, search, research or international collaborations as approved by the competent authority. National monitoring and implementation. The University Grants Commission or any other national authority or department, it shall also have all secretary from state and union territory as members authorized by the central government shall monitor and evaluate the implementation of this act and ensure compliance by all government universities. Power to make rules. The central government may, by notification in the official gazette, make rules for carrying out the purpose of this act. Protection of action taken in good faith. No suit, prosecution or other legal proceeding shall lie against any person for any action taken in good faith under this act or the rules made thereunder. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, I rise today on two interlinked issues of grave concern in our educational system. First, the lack of meaningful, age-appropriate sex and reproductive health education in our schools. Second, the persistent and alarming incidents of child abuse, including sexual abuse, within the educational institutions and how our system is failed to educate our children. In a country where over 50% of the children report having faced sexual abuse, meaningful education on bodily anatomy, safe boundaries and consent is not a luxury but a necessity, as knowledge is the best protection. For instance, a government-sponsored survey found that 53.22% of children reported having experienced one or more forms of sexual abuse in schools and colleges. And in 200 major cities, only 56% of schools are conducting workshops and awareness programs on protection of children from Sexual Offences Act 2012. Madam Speaker, kids are sent to school to gain knowledge and to explore, and not to be just another case of POXO. About 60% of child marriages, the girl is suffering a lot due to lack of proper knowledge about reproductive health. And it is very important to educate parents that their child cannot handle the responsibilities after marriage. And here I ask the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Women and Child Welfare that what is the status of sex education on child safety curriculum in our schools? We are just trying to convey that teach early and protect always. And my colleague, Honorable Member Sri Gautami will continue.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం స్పీకర్. ఇక్కడ మనం లిరిక్స్ క్లాస్ నెంబర్ 1లో అన్ని రిజర్వేషన్ ఎస్టీ ఎస్సీ ఓబీసీ వాళ్ళకి రాశారే కానీ స్పోర్ట్స్ కోటా ఎక్కడని నేను ప్రశ్నిస్తున్నాను. I remember ruling party where is sports quota and వాళ్ళని మర్చిపోయారా లేకపోతే వదిలేసారా అని అడుగుతున్నాను నేను. స్పోర్ట్స్లో తీసుకుంటే వాళ్ళు కేవలం స్పోర్ట్స్ మాత్రమే పరిమితం అవుతున్నారు. స్పోర్ట్స్లో ఎక్కడ వాళ్ళకి ఏదైనా ఇంజురీ అయినా కూడా తర్వాత వారు ఫర్దర్ ఫ్యూచర్లో ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యూచర్ ఏంటి అని గవర్నమెంట్ ఎక్కడ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ తీసుకుంటుందో నాకు ఎక్కడ కనిపించట్లేదు. స్పెషల్గా మనం ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్స్లో కానీ ప్రైవేట్ కాలేజెస్లో కానీ చూసుకుంటే ఎక్కడే కానీ ఒక సరైనటువంటి ప్రాపర్ గైడ్లైన్స్ లేవండి. ప్లే స్కూల్ కానీ ప్లే గ్రౌండ్ కానీ ఎక్కడా లేదు. మీరు ఎందుకు చేయలేకపోతున్నారు? ఒక ప్రాపర్ ప్లే గ్రౌండ్ ఉంటేనే మాత్రమే ఆ స్కూల్కి సర్టెన్ పర్మిషన్స్ ఇస్తామని ఎందుకు ఒక బిల్ని కానీ ఒక జీవోని కానీ తీసుకురాలేకపోతున్నారు? థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం స్పీకర్.
Please sit down. I request the ruling party to raise the hand first and then stand. Okay? Continue, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam.
యాక్చువల్గా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ 2020 ప్రకారం ఒక ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేయాలంటే ద ప్రయారిటైజ్ ఆఫ్ టేకింగ్ సీట్స్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్ యూనివర్సిటీ, ద ప్రైవేట్ ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆర్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ allocate the proper playground to the students. That is the main guidelines which is provided by the education policy 2020. I think opposition must want to read.
Yes, please.
Yes, sorry for the mistake.
It's okay.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, as the question asked by the opposition leaders is very valid, because the child abuses and the gender related things are being more common these days, like they are being more insecure of these things these days. I want to mention a particular point that NEP 2020 have already mentioned about the adolescents education, but we are not directly quoting it with some other name, but we already mentioned that, and we are taking the measures to take that. First thing, we are also giving training to the teachers also, community development program for the teachers also, so that they will be so matured, they will deal the students with maturity and also tell the students about the facts. And also some other systems in the other countries, other nations like UN nations are following comprehensive sex education system. We are trying to improve those also, but it depends upon the mindsets of the people. So we will link all those things according to the mindset of the people, so that no one will hurt and no child will be abused for this kind of acts. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, good afternoon and members. ఎడ్యుకేషన్ బిల్లో వాళ్ళు తీసుకొచ్చింది ఏంటంటే అండ్ గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్ చూసుకొని ఇస్తున్నాము, అండ్ 2020 ప్రకారం అంటున్నారు, అండ్ నోటిఫికేషన్స్ కూడా ఇన్ టైం ఇస్తామని చెప్తున్నారు. ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ గురించి చెప్పారు. ఆ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ చూపిస్తున్నారు కదా. ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అనేది వాళ్ళు తీసుకొస్తున్నప్పుడు నోటిఫికేషన్లో రీసెంట్గా పారామిలిటరీ ద్వారా ఒక నోటిఫికేషన్ రిలీజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. పారామిలిటరీలో 4 ఇయర్స్ తీసుకొచ్చిన తర్వాత 4 ఇయర్స్ తర్వాత వాళ్ళ బెటర్మెంట్ ఎలా ఉన్నదని చూసి 25% మెంబర్స్ మాత్రమే ఉంచుతానంటున్నారు. మిగతా 75 మెంబర్స్కి ఎట్లా ఫ్యూచర్ ప్లానింగ్ వాళ్ళకి ఎలా ఇస్తారనేది ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయమంటారు.
Yes, please.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం స్పీకర్. మీ ద్వారా మేము రూలింగ్ పార్టీలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ఒకటి తెలియజేయగలుగుతున్నాం. ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలల్లో ఉన్న పిల్లలు తక్కువ మంది అవుతున్నారు. మిగతా విద్యా సంస్థలు అంటే విద్యను వ్యాపారం చేస్తున్న మిగతా సంస్థల్లో విద్యార్థులు ఎక్కువ అవుతున్నారు. దీనికి కారణం ప్రభుత్వ వైఫల్యం. ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలల్లో మిగతా విద్యను వ్యాపారం చేస్తున్నటువంటి పాఠశాలల్లో ఉన్న ఫీచర్స్ లేకపోవడం వల్ల తల్లిదండ్రులు కానీ పిల్లలు కానీ ట్రస్ట్ పెట్టుకోలేకపోతున్నారు. దీన్ని ప్రభుత్వం దృష్టికి తీసుకెళ్ళి వాళ్ళు ఈ మిగతా విద్యని వ్యాపారం చేస్తున్న ఆ పాఠశాలను తగ్గించి ఆ పిల్లల్ని ఇక్కడికి తీసుకొస్తే మనకి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కలిగించినట్టు అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఒక ఊర్లో 2 స్కూల్స్ అలా వచ్చినప్పుడు పిల్లల తాలూకా సంఖ్య పెరుగుతుంది, ఉపాధ్యాయుల తాలూకా సంఖ్య పెరుగుతుంది, మనం ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ని కలిగించినట్టు కూడా అవుతుంది కదా. ఆ కారణం ఏది చేయకుండా ప్రభుత్వంలో ఉన్న మనమే విద్యను వ్యాపారం చేయడానికి మనమే ఇంకా తిరిగి హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నట్టు అవుతుంది. తర్వాత వచ్చేసి ఎక్కడెక్కడి నుంచో గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్కి వచ్చే పిల్లలకి చాలా ట్రస్ట్తో జాయిన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు వేరే ఊళ్ళలో. వాళ్ళకి సరైన ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ కూడా ఉండదు. ఎందుకంటే మన ప్రభుత్వంలో ఉన్న రోడ్లు అలా ఉన్నాయి, మరి ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఉండదు, వాహనాలు ఉండవు. సో గవర్నమెంట్ తరపు నుంచి వాళ్ళకి ఎటువంటి ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఎప్పటి వరకు కూడా ఒక ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ఇస్తామని చెప్పి ఈ గవర్నమెంట్ ఎక్కడా చెప్పింది లేదు. ఎందుకంటే స్కూల్కి వచ్చే పిల్లలు ఏం పెద్ద పిల్లలు అయి ఉంటారు కదా, చిన్న పిల్లల నుంచి ఉంటారు. సో చైల్డ్ని కేర్ చేయడం అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో దానికి వీళ్ళు ఏ సమాధానం చెప్తారు?
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, మన దేశంలో నిరుద్యోగ యువత చాలామంది ఉన్నారు. డిగ్రీ పట్టాభద్రులై ఎవరికి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఉద్యోగాలు కూడా కల్పించట్లేదు. ఈ యొక్క నిరుద్యోగతను ఎలా తగ్గిస్తారని రూలింగ్ పార్టీకి అడుగుతా ఉన్నాం. అలాగే వయోజన పదవి విరామణ అనేది 62 సంవత్సరాలకు కూడా పెంచడం జరిగింది. దీన్ని మీరు రూలింగ్ పార్టీ వాళ్ళు ఎలా తగ్గిస్తారని అడుగుతా ఉన్నా. అర్థమైందా? అలాగే ప్రభుత్వంలో ఉన్న ధనాన్ని ప్రతిదాన్ని కూడా స్కీమ్స్ అని రకరకాలుగా విభజిస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కానీ దాన్నే నూతన ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్కి బయటికి తీయాలని కోరుతా ఉన్నాం. ఎందుకంటే రాష్ట్రంలో కానీ దేశంలో కానీ రోజుకి 16.1% నిరుద్యోగ వృత్తి పెరుగుతూ ఉంది. ఇదన్నీ కూడా మన పేరెంట్స్ అయితే ముసలి వాళ్ళు అయితే భరించగలరా? ఉద్యోగం చేయాల్సిన వాళ్ళు మనం నిరుద్యోగత కోల్పోతే ఎలా ఉంటుంది? ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ యొక్క నిరుద్యోగ వృత్తిని ఎలా తగ్గిస్తారని రూలింగ్ పార్టీ కోరుతా ఉన్నా. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Madam Speaker, my question is to the Honorable Minister of Education and Minister of Information Technology.
You have to raise your hand. Did I tell you? Yes, please. Kindly address me speaker and then, okay? Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, my question is to the Honorable Minister of the Education and Minister of Information Technology. Minister of Education's failure to modernize the national curriculum for the digital age and the subsequent failure of the Minister of Electronics and Information Technology to secure the required domestic talent pipeline, leading to the critical shortage of the qualified cybersecurity professionals. Will the government commit today to implementing a single and fully funded cross-developmental national digital skills strategy with annual and independently audited targets to ensure that within the next 3 years, every student graduates with foundational computational literacy and the public sector can fill 90% of its critical IT vacancies?
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam. యాక్చువల్గా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సెక్టర్ కోసం మాట్లాడారు. గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్టర్లో స్టూడెంట్స్ తగ్గుతున్నారు, ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ యొక్క ఇంపార్టెన్స్ పెరుగుతుంది, స్టూడెంట్స్ పెరుగుతున్నారు. యాక్చువల్గా ఇన్ ద మోడర్న్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఎరా గవర్నమెంట్ టేక్ ఆల్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ టు implement the government schools admissions and prioritize the educational system in all ways, not in technical or normal school education, so in every education field. So government take the initiatives like to develop the education. We introduce the model schools, model colleges, and also providing girl childs to gurukulas, and also backward classes are we provided for the backward classes students for the KGVP run by the central government, and remote areas operating by the foundation of Ekalavya by Ekalavya group of institutions which is operated by the government of India, and then also elanti transportation students ki ledani chepparu. So actually school government schools, most of the schools operated by the state governments. సో నేను ఏదైతే చెప్పానో కేజీవీపీ కానీ గురుకులస్ కానీ ఏకలవ్య ఫౌండేషన్ కానీ ఇలాంటి కొన్ని స్కూల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో మాత్రమే సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయ్యింది. అవన్నీ కూడా హాస్టల్స్ ద్వారా మానిటర్ చేయగలిగే స్కూల్స్. సో అది సార్ నెక్స్ట్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కోసం మాట్లాడారు. 62 years అని చెప్పారు. ఇది పార్లమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, నాట్ టు ద అసెంబ్లీ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. అసెంబ్లీ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ 62 years బిల్ పాస్ చేసింది, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా కాదు లిమిట్. సో ఒకసారి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ యొక్క జాబ్ ఇయర్ లిమిట్ ఏంటనేది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయాలి. అండ్ దెన్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ స్కిల్స్కి ఏం చేస్తుంది సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది ఒకసారి చూస్తే PMVKY, ప్రధాన మంత్రి వికాస్ కౌశల్ యోజన, అండ్ దెన్ సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ ద మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇంటర్న్షిప్స్ లైక్ సెంట్రల్ ఇన్ ద రైల్వే డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆల్సో, and also in a railway department apprentice, and like other departments also provided for the to develop the skills of youth of India. So I hope understood. Thank you.
Yes please.
Madam Speaker, to answer the question asked by the honorable member, The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has launched multiple initiatives aimed at educational awareness and digital literacy. Through the Information Security and Educational Awareness Program, we are training millions of people in terms of digital blackboards and other digital initiatives. As soon as possible, we hope India can progress in the sector of education in terms of AI and digital learning.
Yes, please. Oh, wait a minute. Independent, please. Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker,
Yes,
I
please.
want to ask a small question to our beloved Education Minister that why it is so difficult for them to provide a scholarship to the students who are doing double PG. It is their responsibility to support the students who wants to rise and who wants to do double PG. I want the answer for this question, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
Under Section 5, Subclause 1, regarding the infrastructure, the central government will constitute a committee. Constitute the Central National Higher Education Infrastructure Development Mission, and that will be taking care about the modernization of the facilities at the government universities. And regarding to the question raised by the honorable member regarding that aspect, we will we have made the complete education free of cost. 80% whatever who wants to study in the government universities is being free, so that question does not arise. Thank you.
Yes, please. You will. You will.
ఆనరబుల్ మేడం, రూలింగ్ పార్టీ వాళ్ళు అన్ని క్వశ్చన్లకి ఆన్సర్ చేశారు, కానీ నేను అడిగిన పారామిలిటరీ గురించి చెప్పలేదు. ఒక నోటిఫికేషన్కి తీసుకున్న 100% మెంబర్లో 25 మెంబర్స్కే 4 ఇయర్స్ తర్వాత గ్యారంటీ ఇస్తే మిగతా 75 మెంబర్స్కి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యూచర్ జనరేషన్కి వాళ్ళకి ఏమి హామీ ఇస్తారని అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్, దానికి చెప్పలేదు మీరు. దానికి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యూచర్ వన్ టైం సెటిల్మెంట్ అనేది వాళ్ళ లైఫ్కి ఎలా సరిపోతుంది మేడం? మేడం స్పీకర్, 12 lakh ఫర్ లైఫ్ సెటిల్మెంట్ అనేది ఒక పారామిలిటరీకి సరిపోతుందా జీవితాంతం బతకడానికి? దానికి అదే నోటిఫికేషన్ వాళ్ళే తీసి వాళ్ళే అదే జాబ్ వాళ్ళు లాగేసుకుంటే వాళ్ళు తర్వాత పారామిలిటరీకి రావడానికి వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా సోర్స్ వెనకాల బిహైండ్ స్టూడెంట్స్కి ఎవరైనా మనం సజెస్ట్ చేయగలమా? చేయలేము. ఎందువల్లంటే వాళ్ళు 4 ఇయర్స్ తర్వాత తీసేస్తాం మిమ్మల్ని అంటే 25 మెంబర్స్కే వాళ్ళు ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఇచ్చి మిగతా 75 మెంబర్స్ తీసేస్తానంటే గవర్నమెంట్ ఫ్యూచర్ జనరేషన్ ఎలా వస్తుంది పారామిలిటరీకి? దానికి మీరు కంప్లీట్గా వాళ్ళకి కంఫర్టబుల్ జాబ్ అనేది ఎలా మీరు ఆఫర్ చేయగలుగుతారు? దాని గురించి ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ ఇవ్వాలి.
Yes, please. Independent. Third front. Yeah. End it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have this question. Free education for 80% అన్నారు, కానీ అసలు ఎంతమంది ఫ్యాకల్టీస్ అంటే ఒక స్కూల్లో సింగిల్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఉన్నారు మేడం స్పీకర్? అసలు ఫ్యాకల్టీ లేదే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఫ్రీ అయితే ఏంటి? ఎవరి ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇచ్చేది ఎవరు? టీచర్స్ లేని స్కూల్స్లో ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఎలా ఫ్రీ అవుతుంది?
Yes, please.
హానరబుల్ స్పీకర్ మేడం, రెస్పెక్టెడ్ మెంబర్ ఏం చెప్పారంటే మనం హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ బిల్ లాంచ్ చేసాం, ఇది స్కూల్ విషయం కాదు. సో మనం మాట్లాడింది హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్. సో ఐ హోప్ అండర్స్టాండ్.
Yes, please. Please wrap it up. We have no time for this bill.
I rise today to express serious concern about the National Educational Reform Bill 2025. The core promise, free higher education in government institutions, is a noble dream built on a shaky foundation. The bill mandates the central government to bear a massive 80% of the financial responsible with states covering the remaining 20%. We have been given a grand vision, but not a single rupee of confirmed funding. Where will the money come from? Will we increase taxes on the working class? Or we will cut our healthcare and rural development budgets? This is not a reform, it's a colossal unfunded mandate that threatens to bankrupt our public exchequer. We cannot allow fiscal fantasy to overshadow financial reality. We are effectively telling our brightest minds, we will fund your education, but you must remain our financial prisoner. This does not strengthen India. It limits the ambition and freedom of our future leaders. Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, this bill is an exercise in population over pragmatism, responsibility governance for an unrealistic promise, for the sake of fiscal stability, for the preservation of educational quality, and for the freedom of our students. I urge this House to reject the National Education Reform Bill 2025. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, education is not an expense. It is the most productive investment a nation can make. Every educated citizen contributes to the growth in innovation and the self-reliance. The cost of ignorance is far higher than the cost of education. Total Indian budget is 50.65 lakh crore. We can adjust the budget. We are not going to impose any of the additional taxes on anyone, and I request the minister to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, we will conclude it,
Yes,
Madam
please.
Speaker.
You'll be the last one.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they have clearly pointed out about this being a bill about higher education institutions, Madam Speaker, and that it is not about schools. Then, Madam Speaker, I would like to, through you, I would like to take the attention of the Honorable House and the citizens of India to Section 7 of the so-called bill, the national reform, education reform that you bought. उसमें तो first line पढ़ो. 6% in words, 10% in brackets. Such a short. Madam Speaker, I'm talking through you. Madam Speaker, I'm talking through you.
Please don't use hands.
Madam
Please
Speaker.
don't use hands.
Madam Speaker. All right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. 6% written in words and 10% in numbers. Such a short-sighted government ruling and getting in national education reforms. Madam Speaker, our opposition members have talked about vacancy of faculty even in higher education institutions. Madam Speaker, contract lecturers are treated as daily wage workers, Madam Speaker. Is this the education that we want to build in a glorious country like India? Madam Speaker, these are not just the objections that the opposition have. We have bought sports, sex education, not given. There is a clear lacuna in the law that you have given, and you name it the new national educational reforms, sir. Madam Speaker, this is a clear, empty promise that is given to the citizens and the students of higher education institutions. You talk about infrastructure development when clearly your law has deficits. Not even proper drafting, Madam Speaker. Legislature's job, forgot. Very nice, Madam Speaker. This is the reform that we are discussing about for the past half an hour. Very nice, Madam Speaker. We are very happy.
Silence, please. Please maintain the decorum. Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to state one point very clear that when the baby is born, he will not crawl at first, he'll not walk at first, or he'll not run at first. It takes some time to do anything. So, if the opposition party does their if opposition party does the things well, then they'll be in our position. We'll not take the positions, right? So here, whatever the guidelines, whatever the mistakes they have pointed, we will make sure that they will be implemented in our guidelines. We'll surely include in our guidance. So we want cooperation from everyone.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, they took the recommendations that we gave. Okay, we will remind you. All right, sir. Next time, Madam Speaker.
Maintain some decorum, please.
Madam Speaker, just because the honorable member has talked about ruling and opposition, Madam Speaker.
I think the allotted time for
Madam
the bill
Speaker,
is completed.
we will end it, Madam Speaker.
The allotted time is completed. Please sit down. Nothing is entertained. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Madam, this
I'm
is
telling it the last time. Please sit down.
I'm saying only one question. This is
I'm
last.
telling it the last time. Please sit down. Thank you.
I
Yes,
hope I
please.
have answered most of the points, ma'am, raised by the members in the course of my speech. I once again thank you for your support and seek of your cooperation in implementing the measure. I request the House to pass the bill. Thank you.
The question is that the bill to provide for the effective education quality at higher levels and matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be taken into consideration. Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This will be the last warning to the House. I'm warning you all again. Please don't cross the line. Please don't. You're already crossing it. Please maintain the decorum. I'm again warning you. I'm not telling you, I'm warning you, okay? So please maintain the decorum. I'll not say again. You'll be out. That's it. Now, the House will take up the consideration of the National Online Gaming Monetary Transaction Ban Bill 2025. Minister of Finance.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Yes,
The
please.
National Online
Motion is
Gaming Monetary Transaction Ban Bill 2025. It is with a profound sense of responsibility and optimism for our nation's digital future that I stand before this House today to introduce the National Online Gaming Monetary Transaction Ban Bill 2025 in an era where technology has woven itself into the very fabric of our daily lives. Online gaming has emerged not just as a form of entertainment but as a burgeoning industry that holds immense potential for innovation, skill building, and economic growth. Yet, as we celebrate this progress, we must also confront the shadows it casts. Shadows of addiction, exploitation, and societal harm that threaten the well-being of our youth and integrity of our communities. Today, an estimated 450 million Indians engage with online platforms, and while esports and social gaming inspire excellence and connect communities, real money gaming has spiraled into a crisis. This bill is our resolute response, a balanced, forward-looking framework that safeguards while it stimulates. Under this legislation, operating or facilitating real money gaming will attract stringent penalties, imprisonment up to 3 years, fines up to 1 crore rupees or both. We empower authorities with tools for swift enforcement, including warrantless searches where necessary to dismantle these networks at their root. But prohibition is not our endgame, promotion is. This bill establishes a national online gaming authority to provide coordinated policy support, foster innovation, and regulate permissible gaming with a light yet firm touch. It bans advertising and financial facilitation for harmful games, ensuring that our digital spaces remain safe havens for creativity, not casinos of despair. By doing so, we align with our community to commitment of Digital India, a secure, inclusive ecosystem that boosts employment, curbs illicit flows, and positions India as a leader in ethical gaming globally. The government considers online money gaming to be a major problem for society and has therefore decided to prioritize people's welfare over the revenue loss the exchequer will face as a result of the ban. Honorable colleagues, this is a moment of collective duty. Let us shield our youth from predators, empower our innovators, and build a gaming landscape that reflects our values of equity and excellence. This act may be called the Online Gaming, the National Online Gaming Monetary Transaction Ban 2025. It shall extend to the whole of India. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may, by notification in the official gazette appointment. The objectives of this act includes prohibit all forms of online gaming involving monetary transaction, including payments, stakes, rewards, or credits of monetary value. Regulate online gaming platforms to promote safe non-monetary social gaming and esports. Establish an online gaming authority for classification, monitoring, and enforcement. Impose strict penalties for violations including unauthorized financial transactions and related advertisements. To protect citizens, especially minors and vulnerable groups, from harm arising out of online gambling and addiction. Establishment of National Online Gaming Regulatory Authority. The central government shall, by notification, establish a body to be called the National Online Gaming Regulatory Authority. The authority shall classify online games into prohibited money games, permissible social games, and esports. Register and regulate operators of social games and esports. Investigate complaints, ensure compliance, and coordinate with law enforcement agencies. Order blocking of illegal online money gaming platforms under the Information Technology Act 2000 and conduct awareness and education programs on the risk of monetary gaming. The composition of authority shall include the Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology as a chairperson, the Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports as a vice chairperson, representatives of law enforcement, cyber security and finance departments as a members, and such other experts as may be prescribed. Ban on monetary transaction in online games includes no bank payment gateway, digital wallet or financial intermediary shall facilitate any monetary transaction relating to online money games. Advertisement, endorsement, sponsorship or promotion of online money games in any medium shall be strictly prohibited. Any violation of this section shall attract penalties as provided under section 5 of this act. Penalties and enforcement includes any person or entity offering, operating or facilitating online money games shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may be extended to 3 years or with a fine which may extend to 1 crore or with both. Any person promoting, advertising or endorsing online money games shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may be extended to 2 years or with a fine which may be extended to rupees 50 lakh or with both. In case of a repeat offence, the punishment shall extend to imprisonment for 5 years and fine up to rupees 2 crore. Authorized enforcement officer shall have powers to search, seize, arrest and initiate prosecution under this act. The exemptions and encouragement of this bill includes online social games and esports not involving monetary transactions shall be permitted and regulated by the authority. The authority shall encourage development of safe gaming standards, code of conduct and age-appropriate content guidelines for permissible gaming platforms. The powers to make rules. The central government may, by notification in official gazette, make rules to carry out the purposes of this act, including provisions for registration and compliance procedure for online platforms, grievance redressal mechanisms, and monitoring, reporting, and technical standards for enforcement.
I think you have already submitted the whole bill to the opposition before. The papers are laid, yes. So I think we can start the debate. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, and members of the Parliament. Ma'am, according to our constitution, betting and gambling, which includes online gaming, comes under entry 34 of the state list. I repeat, Madam Speaker, it comes under state list according to 7th schedule of our constitution. And even different states have already exercised this power in their own way. Like in 2022 itself, Tamil Nadu state banned online rummy and many other states like Karnataka, Telangana, Meghalaya and Sikkim have their own laws and regulations on online gaming. So, when every state is already making its own law based on their local needs, on what constitutional grounds has the central government brought this national ban? Doesn't this ignore the federal spirit of our constitution and take away the states' right to govern their own people? And even Supreme Court gave a judgment in L.R. Lakshman versus State of Tamil Nadu in 1996 have differentiated games of skill from games of chance. Why government ignored this legal precedent and imposed blanket ban? Now I request the ministry to please answer my question, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please. Have to raise the hand, please. Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, the member of this parliament have raised a question about the states were already implemented the bill. I just want to answer that more number of states have 50% of the states have raised the bill to implement whole India. So we have included this bill to produce across India. And coming to the federal system does not lies with the center. It's with the part of states. As states plus center includes, it becomes a federal system, not along with the states.
Yes, please.
They said they have taken permission of the state, Madam Speaker, but it is not included in the bill itself. Why they have not included that statement in the bill? Then we don't raise a question. And it is not in union list or concrete list. When it is that, central government can take directly. But while taking in state list, it should mention that thing, Madam Speaker. It is which is against to separation of powers, against to constitution and against to rule of law, Madam Speaker. And it is also against basic structure of our doctrine, Madam Speaker.
I want to give a suggestion to the opposition that banging too much, I can't hear the voice. Even those people can't hear the voice of the people who are speaking. So limit that. Yes, please. Yes, please.
హానరబుల్ స్పీకర్ మేడం, సో ఏదైతే గేమింగ్ పైన గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చేసింది ఇలాంటి యాప్స్ పైన అని అడిగినప్పుడు, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా under the section of 69A Information Technology Act 2020, we have take that act seriously. That's why we ban the 2025 more than 25 apps which is related to the interlink with the corruption, which is related to the gaming. So that's why we ban the 25 games. Just see the statistics what we done in the past, then talk about this. That is much better discussion will become.
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker and members of this House, it is indeed very ironic when you ask the questions about the legal security, minor security, children's security every time, and yet when we pass a bill as such which actually cares about all of these and fiscal security, they are questioning us on a bill which is actually taking care of people.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, I suppose the opposition came into the House and sitting in the ruling party's place without reading the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a laid principle, not just by the judiciary of India, the sacred judiciary of India, but also by the doctrine of separation of powers, which the Constitution and the Supreme Court doubled as a basic structure doctrine. I suppose they are not even aware about it, Madam Speaker. Not even aware about it. We are questioning the validity of the bill on the constitutionality. They are talking about some act that they brought. The constitution is supreme, Madam Speaker. We work by the constitution, the supreme law of India. That constitution that we have given to ourselves as the people of India then, and it is the same constitution now, Madam Speaker. The validity of the bill is clearly under question because it is against the constitution. You cannot rise your power by the legislation that you bought, because our questions are anyways not answered for the bills, and bills just pass to become acts. That is the capability of this ruling party, Madam Speaker. But one day will come, Madam Speaker. One day will come when we will be sitting in the ruling, and we will work by the constitution, Madam Speaker. We will uphold the interests of the citizens of India and not mere majority, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we propose to move the no confidence motion, Madam Speaker.
Wait, just wait. Questions related to knowledge are not permitted. So, think
Questions related to?
one person's knowledge or abilities.
Madam Speaker, about the constitution, Madam Speaker, this youth parliament is run on the constitution, the right given to us, the youngsters, Madam Speaker. Knowledge, Madam Speaker, they're talking
Yes,
about.
this is youth parliament. That's why I'm telling you.
Madam Speaker, constitution, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I know.
Please talk about it. They are talking about knowledge.
Constitution is fine, but this is youth parliament. It is not.
So the youth parliamentarians do not need to know about the constitution. Very nice, Madam Speaker. Very nice, Madam Speaker. Very nice, Madam Speaker. Very
I
nice,
know
Madam
that
Speaker.
the person, each and everyone in India, they have to know about the constitution. But as it is youth parliament, you can't categorize certain section of people to know or you don't know about the constitution.
Shame, Madam Speaker.
Ruling party, please maintain the decorum. And opposition, please maintain the decorum and sit, please. Please sit. No targeting and nothing. Please give it to them.
One final thing. Let me clear.
Let's not go. Let's be in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
skit, okay? You're just crossing the line. I think we are crossing the line. And I want the ruling party to maintain the decorum, please. And as well as opposition as well.
Sorry and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Our question
Please be
is-
on track.
Yes,
Yeah.
Madam Speaker. Our question is the mere constitutionality of the bill. On what basis? No bill or no law. I think everyone is enough knowledgeable here. So no bill can be passed. Sorry, Madam Speaker. No bill can be passed overriding the constitutional values or the basic structure doctrine. According to that, how did the ruling party introduce a bill which itself overrides the constitutionality of the basic structure doctrine? So we would like to move no confidence motion. I think we have Ministry of Law and Justice who should have enough knowledge about constitutionality and constitutional values. So
Please maintain silence. Yes, please.
I appreciate the question raised by our honorable opposition member, but I want to clear one statement that digital gaming transcends borders. That is, digital gaming servers are global and players belong to multiple states and cyber crime operations beyond state jurisdiction. And under entry 31 of Union List Communications, Internet and Digital Platforms, the center has clear authority to regulate the online gaming. A unified national law ensures uniform standards and avoid legal confusion. Thank you.
Yes, please.
The central government can legislate on a state legislative subject under the specific conditions, such as when the parliament passes a resolution in the national interest under Article 249 or during the national emergency Article 250 also. If two or more states request it, the parliament can pass a law for them on a state list subject Article 252 circumstance, allowing the central government to act on the state list. National interest Article 249, the parliament can legislate on the state list subject if the Rajya Sabha passes a resolution by 2/3 majority stating that it is necessary in the national interest. National emergency, during a national emergency, the parliament has the power to make law for the entire country or any part of it on any matter including the state list. These laws ceases to oppose 6 months after the emergency ends. For two or more states, Article 275, the legislature of two or more states passes a resolution requesting the parliament to make a law on a particular subject in the state list, parliament can do so. This law will apply to all those states that require it. National interest cannot be done because the national interest is involved. The gaming which gaming is being diverted to the terrorists, and terrorists are getting funds under this the bill. So for the national interest, we are doing this bill, and I request the finance minister to move the motion.
Wait. Yes, please.
Ma'am, I'm in a conflict, or I don't know. Are we in national emergency, or our state is during national emergency now? The clause, sir, the clause is regarding the, sorry, Madam Speaker, the clause is during the national emergency. And let me clarify this. There is a difference between law that is already passed, that is called law, act. This is a mere bill. We are questioning the validity of the bill, not the act that is already passed.
Hello. Yes, please.
ఆనరబుల్ మ్యామ్, స్పీకర్ గారు, యాక్చువల్గా వాళ్ళు ఏం చెప్పారంటే, సారీ సార్, యాక్చువల్గా అపోజిషన్ గారు ఏం చెప్పారంటే అలాంటి బిల్ అయినా స్టేట్ లిస్ట్లో ఉంటే చేయకూడదు అని చెప్పారు. ఎందుకు? అది బేసిక్ స్ట్రక్చర్కి ఫెడరల్కి అసలు సంబంధం అన్నారు వాళ్ళు అన్నారు. మేమేమంటున్నామంటే ఎట్లాంటి బిల్ అయినా, ఎట్లాంటి ఐ మీన్ ఏ స్టేట్ అయినా సరే, ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టికల్ 370 జమ్మూ సంబంధించేది, కానీ చేయొచ్చు. ఎట్లా? రాజ్యసభలో మనకి 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉండాల. 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉంటే 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉంటే ఎట్లాంటి బిల్ ఇక్కడ 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉంటే ఆర్టికల్ 368 కింద మనం బేసిక్ స్ట్రక్చర్ కాకుండా మిగతా ఇదేనే చేంజ్ చేయొచ్చు. యాక్చువల్లీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అన్నారు కదా ఇంతకుముందు, అది కూడా స్టేట్ లిస్ట్లో ఉంటుంది, సెంట్రల్ లిస్ట్లో వస్తుంది. మనం చెయ్యొచ్చు, కాన్కరెంట్ లిస్ట్లో వస్తుంది అది, కానీ స్టేట్ లిస్ట్ ఉండదని మనం చెయ్యొచ్చు. 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉంది మాకి, వాళ్ళకి లేదు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు చేయలేరు. వీ కెన్ డన్ మేడం. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
Yes, please. Third front. Please maintain silence. Again, you're crossing the line. Yes. Someone please help. We are running time. Please wrap it up.
ఆనరబుల్ స్పీకర్, మన ప్రధాన మంత్రి గారు అలానే మన స్పోర్ట్స్ మినిస్టర్ గారు చాలా బాగా 2/3 మెజారిటీ ఉండాలని చెప్పారు. కాకపోతే స్టేట్ లిస్ట్లో నేషనల్ యూనియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ బిల్ చేయడానికి అవుతుంది, ఒప్పుకుంటాం. వాళ్ళు యాక్ట్ చెప్పారు, మేము ఒప్పుకుంటాం. కాకపోతే స్టేట్ సపోర్ట్ లేకుండా ఒక యూనియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ అనేది బిల్ పెట్టడానికే అవ్వదు మేడం స్పీకర్. అది బిల్ అవ్వదు కూడా, బికాజ్ స్టేట్ సపోర్ట్ లేకుండా స్టేట్స్ అన్నీ కలిపితేనే ఒక కంట్రీ. మీరు మాకు యూనియన్లో పవర్ ఉందని చెప్పి మాకు స్టేట్స్ని డివైడ్ చేస్తే ఇట్ విల్ డివైడ్ ద కంట్రీ ఓవరాల్ మేడం స్పీకర్. అండ్ Madam Speaker, this online gaming, ban on online gaming. This మనకి ఏంటంటే చిన్నపిల్లలకి స్కూల్లో ఆర్ ఇన్ కాలేజెస్ వీఆర్ ల్యాకింగ్ ఇన్ ద క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అండ్ అవేర్నెస్సే లేదు మనకి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు స్కాలర్షిప్ స్కీమ్స్ అన్నీ తీసుకొస్తున్నారు, అది మా బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్స్ వరకు వస్తున్నాయా లేదా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయడం లేదు. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు పూర్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉంటే దే విల్ గో టు సమ్ అదర్ ఆప్షన్స్ అండ్ దే వాంట్ టు ఎర్న్ సమ్ మనీ. దానికి మేబీ వాళ్ళకి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండి వాళ్ళ ఆన్లైన్ గేమింగ్ వైపు వెళ్తే ఇట్స్ నాట్ బిగ్ మిస్టేక్ అండ్ మీరు దాన్ని లీగలైజ్ చేయాలి. రాంగ్గా వచ్చిన యాప్స్ని యూ నీడ్ టు టేక్ కేర్ అండ్ మీరు ఏఐ ఎంత డెవలప్ అవుతుంది, వీఆర్ యూజింగ్ ఏఐ అంటున్నారు, బట్ వేర్ ఇస్ ద యూసేజ్? అండ్ ఇస్ దిస్ ఈ రూలింగ్ పార్టీ సుప్రీం పవర్ అవ్వాలనుకుంటుందేమో, but we are reminding them that as our country is a democratic country, union government maatrame supreme power avvaledu, it needs state support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Madam Speaker, it's not about the national emergency, it's about the national interest. I repeat it again, it's not about the national emergency, it is about the national interest. I hope I have answered most of the points raised by the members in the course of my speech. I once again thank you for your support and send your cooperation in implementing this measure. I request the House to pass the bill. I urge this House to support the National Online Gaming Bill. Together we can turn potential peril into profound progress. Jai Hind.
The question is that the bill to provide for the more effective prevention of online gaming and matters connected to therewith or incidental thereto be taken into consideration. Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against will say no. I think the ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, the House will take up the consideration of the Interstate River Water Disputes Amendment Bill 2025, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to move the Interstate River Water Dispute Amendment Bill 2025, a bill to further amend the Interstate Water Dispute Act 1956, be it enacted by the Youth Parliament in the 76th year of the Republic of India as follows. Short titles and commencement. This act may be called the Interstate River Water Disputes Amendment Act 2025. It shall come into force on such date that the central government may, by notifications, official gazette appointed. Amendment of Section 3. In Section 3 of the Interstate Water Dispute Act 1950.
Motion moved.
In the section of the Interstate Water Dispute Act 1956, hereinafter refers to the Principal Act. After subsection 2, the following subsection shall be inserted. Every complaint under subsection 1 shall be accompanied by the climate vulnerability and water stress assessment report prepared jointly by the complaining state and the Central Water Commission. Insertion of new section 4A, Dispute Resolution Committee, DCR. After section 4 of the Principal Act, the following section shall be inserted. On receipt of the complaint under section 3, the central government shall constitute a dispute resolution committee within 30 days. The DRC shall consist of one representative each from the disputing states, not below the rank of chief secretary, one independent expert nominated jointly by the state or in default by the central government, chairperson, additional secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti. The DRC shall attempt amicable resolutions with 6 months, extended by 6 months with reasonable records. If unresolved, the complaint shall be automatically referred to the tribunals under Section 4. Substitution of Section 4.
permanent tribunal for Section 4 of the Principal Act, the following shall be substituted. There shall be a national interstate river water dispute tribunal with a permanent headquarters at Delhi and regional bench at Kolkata, Chennai, Bengaluru and Guwahati. The tribunal shall consist of a chairperson, sitting or retired judge of the Supreme Court, a vice chairperson, sitting or retired chief justice of the High Court, 3 other members, one judge of High Court, 2 technicals having special knowledge in engineering, hydrology, water resource management. 3. All existence and ad hoc tribunals constituted under this act shall stand dissolved under the commencement of this act and pending matters transferred to the tribunal. Amendment of Section 5. Timelines and assessment in Section 5 of the Principal Act. In subsection 2, in section... For 3 years, read 2 years, and for 2 years, read 1 year. After subsections 2 inserted, every bench shall consist by 2 technical assistors from the Central Water Engineering Service not belong to the dispute states. Insertion of Section 5B, National River Bank. After Section 5, insert 5B. The central government shall establish a National River Bank data bank with 1 year of the commencement. The data bank shall maintain real-time data on rainfall, inflow, outflow, groundwater levels, crop water demanding and climate projections, environmental flow and ecological health. Data shall be publicly accessible through a dedicated portal with state-level dashboards. Amendment of Section 6.
I think the papers are already laid. I think we can start the debate.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Lalita. Independent Lalita. Please raise the hand. Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, the government promises us a faster, shiner water dispute mechanism.
Technical team, please assist her. Please assist the member of the parliament.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, please.
the government promises us a faster, shiner water dispute mechanism. But I must ask, are we simply replacing a leaky bucket with a sieve? Madam Speaker, the logic here is astonishingly circular. We are told the goal is pre-tribunal negotiation. But if the chief secretaries are mandated to protect their short-term political matters, this is that these negotiations will frequently fail, pushing the dispute straight back to the tribunal and nullifying the entire goal of the expedited resolution. They have introduced a mandatory stepping stone that is designed to crumble under political pressure. The ruling party acknowledges quite correctly that the core of the most disputes is the lack of a centralized real-time national data bank on river flows
Honorable Madam Speaker and members of the Parliament, has the government evaluated why earlier amendments and tribunals failed before bringing this new bill? Because what are the specific mechanisms ensures this and will not suffer from the same delays and disputes that lasted for decades, like the Kaveri case, which took 28 years, Madam Speaker? And this bill gives major powers to the central government in appointing members and controlling the National Data Bank. How will the government ensure that state autonomy is not compromised? And how will the government ensure data accuracy and transparency, especially when disputes arise over water levels and rainfall figures? If the states refuse to accept the tribunal's final decision, what penal or complaints mechanism will the center apply, Madam Speaker?
Yes, please. Honorable Madam Speaker and the members of the House, the Interstate Water Disputes Act 1956 lets the central government set tribunal to resolve the disputes between the states if the negotiations fail. The tribunal's decision is a final, unbinding, ensuring fair water sharing. We support and assure for providing a clear, legal way to settle disputes quickly and maintain federal harmony through the constitutional authority. I request the co-member to continue.
Yes, please. Honorable Madam Speaker, regarding the failure of Interstate Water Disputes Act 1956, there is a, if you compare the if you see the bill of Act of 1956, the central holds the power. That means if two states have any dispute regarding water, the states, if center permits them, if center feels that there is a need for a tribunal, the center permanently ad hoc tribunal is formed under Act of 1956. So in the new bill, we are introducing a permanent tribunal. And coming to the Kaveri case, why it took 29 years to dissolve about the case, and why is still going on? In the case of Kaveri, the thing is, the state of Karnataka, which is in which the stream is originates, the state Karnataka. Karnataka seeks equitable sharing, and Tamil Nadu high dependency drought year shortage. This is the reason why there is a dispute arises. Firstly, the two states face rainfall shortage, and the second thing is due to lack of a permanent tribunal to adjudicate these disputes, and this is what leads to the failure of Kaveri case. And coming to our bill, we introduced a permanent tribunal to adjudicate the disputes as soon as possible. And secondly, through the new bill, we are making sure that the adjudication of the matter will be forwarded as soon as possible. And thirdly, power to central government. They said that the central government will hold the powers. Here, in our new bill, in the central bill, we introduced recent bill DRC, Dispute Resolution Committee, where one representative from each disputing state, not below the rank of Chief Secretary. This means there will be two members from the state. So how? Do you want me to disclose? Yes. Okay, I'll answer this one question. One question, ma'am. 2 minutes. We are appointing representative from the state. So how can you think that there will be no representation from the state? And secondly, an independent expert nominated jointly by the state or by the default of the central government. Here we mentioned a clause where the state government will appoint an expert nominated. If not, if for default by the central government. That's the point. Here we are giving a scope for the state, and in the tribunal there will be, we are appointing a chairperson who is a retired judge of the Supreme Court and a vice chairperson sitting or retired chief justice of the High Court, which will itself shows that the involvement of independent body. So how come there will be some disparity or bias towards or the central government holding the power? Closing lines. I think I have answered all the questions.
Madam Speaker, let this bill also pass, Madam Speaker. We
Sure,
will not spoil the decorum of the floor. We sent a private question, not answered. Tribunal is not final deciding authority. Members of opposition has decided the tribunal is a final deciding authority. TK, Madam Speaker, we will not spoil the decorum of the house respecting your authority. Supreme Court is still there in India. Just in case, Madam Speaker, they forgot, we are reminding them.
Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against will say no. I think the ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, the House will take up consideration of the MGNREGA Amendment Bill 2025. Ministry of Rural Development will move the bill. Bill reading is mandatory at least for 2 minutes. It's mandatory and it is the decorum. We can't surpass it, right? So, Ministry of Rural Development, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to move to the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Amendment Bill 2025. The bill is the amend the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act 2025, strengthen the ombudsman system and to link the scheme with small marginal farmers, ensuring the transparency, accountability and enhancement of the rural livelihoods. So, be enacted by the Youth Parliament in the 76th year of the Republic of India as follows. A short light of commencement in this act may be called the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Amendment Act 2025. It shall come to force on such a date. Central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint. The amendment section 3 of Act 42 of 2005.
Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members, I want to speak about MGNREGA guarantee scheme for welfare for marginal and small farmers. But that's not an employment scheme. Your bill is about non-farming season connected to the rural employment guarantee scheme. That's what, then what about the farming season, non-farming season? MGNREGA belongs to non-farming season. Then what about the farming season? In farming season, large farmers are not affected because of large output they are getting. Small farmers are affected because they had small unit of land. and also welfare schemes and subsidiaries for the irrigation and machinery. Those mechanical implements are used for the large farmers, not for the small farmers. Then what would the small and marginal farmers gain from the schemes and subsidiary bills passed from the government, ruling government? What I'm asking. And Narega was convinced as a demand-driven right. The center was obligated to provide funds based on the requirement for jobs. This amendment, coupled with recent administrative moves to place a 60% cap on the annual allocation for the first half of the financial year 2025-26, officially converts this right into a supply controlled privilege. And in this bill, particularly mentioned about soil conservation. Soil conservation leads to three processes, madam. There is no. They are particularly mentioned assisting. They are not providing nothing to the farmers. What is the ruling government authority on private lands? Farmer needs farmer doesn't need assistance. They need provides to fulfill their needs. Government labor linked to private lands. Why? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The scheme will now permit the use of NRGS labor for the approved agriculture and allied works, such as land development, irrigation, and soil conversion. This will help us to achieve two objectives simultaneously: providing employment to rural workers and increasing productivity of the income of the farmers. This reform will reduce the off-season employment of rural laborers, improve soil health, and support sustainable agriculture, strengthening the rural economy from both sides. However, this bill also safeguards against the misuse. NRGS labor cannot be used for private commercial purposes or profit-making activities. These works must be approved, monitored, and be certified under the guidelines of the Act. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking to the respective Minister of Rural Development. Will the government clarify what measures are being taken to enhance the skill development, certification and placement opportunities for rural youth and skilled workers under Rural Development Program?
Speaker. Honorable Speaker, ma'am. ఉపాధి హామీ పథకాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టారు ప్రభుత్వం. అయితే దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థపై ఈ చట్టం వల్ల భారీ ఆర్థిక భారం పడుతుంది. ఇంత పెద్ద ఉపాధి హామీకి అవసరమైన నిధులు ప్రభుత్వం ఎక్కడి నుంచి తీసుకొస్తుందో ఒక సమాధానం చెప్పాలి. రెండో విషయం ఏంటంటే, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వము ఉపాధి హామీ పథకాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టింది కనుక కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వమే భరిస్తుందా, రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద నెట్టి వేసేస్తుందా? దానికి ప్రభుత్వం సమాధానం చెప్పాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను స్పీకర్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మేడం, ఈ యొక్క ఉపాధి హామీ పథకంలో 365 రోజులు 100 రోజులకి మాత్రమే పనిస్తే మిగతా 225 రోజులు 60 రోజులు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళి పని చేయాలి కామన్ పీపుల్స్ అనేవాళ్ళు? ఒక యువతకి ఇలాంటి యొక్క ఉపాధి హామీ పథకాన్ని యువతకి ఇస్తే చదువుకునే వ్యక్తి పొలాలకు వెళ్ళి పనిచేయాల్సిన అవసరం దుస్థితి ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? కొత్త ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ తీసుకొని రావచ్చు కదండి. అలాగే వేతనాలు కూడా చాలా తక్కువగా ఇస్తున్నారు, ఎందుకు పెంచడం లేదు అడుగుతా ఉన్నాం. సరైన సమయం కూడా వేతనాలు అకౌంట్లో చెల్లించడం లేదు కూడా. దీనికి రూలింగ్ పార్టీ వాళ్ళు ఖచ్చితంగా సమాధానం చెప్పాలి.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please note here the bill which the ruling party has provided us. The ruling party claims this bill promotes transparency and accountability, yet gives the center power to withhold state funds.
ఆనరబుల్ స్పీకర్ మేడం, అసలు అగ్రికల్చర్ చేయడం అపోజిషన్ ఎందుకు దుస్థితిగా భావిస్తున్నారో నాకు చెప్పాలి ఫస్ట్. చదువుకున్న యువత అగ్రికల్చర్ చేయకూడదా ఈ దేశంలో? అలాంటి దుస్థితికి తీసుకొస్తున్నారని ఎందుకు మాట్లాడాలి? అండ్ దెన్ ఇది రూరల్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ గ్యారంటీ స్కీమ్, అండ్ దెన్ 365 days ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ చేస్తామని చెప్పి యాక్ట్లో లేదు. మీరు ఎందుకు తీసుకురాలేదని అడుగుతున్నారు. రూరల్ పీపుల్కి ఇది ఏదైతే ఉందో ఒకసారి యాక్చువల్గా ఈ యొక్క స్కీమ్ పైన 3.83 crore హౌస్ హోల్డ్స్ డిపెండ్ అయి ఉన్నారు. అండ్ దెన్ ఈ ఒక్క స్కీమ్లో ఎవరైతే ఇంటి దగ్గర మాత్రమే ఉంటారో ఉమెన్స్ దాదాపు 40.7 lakh ఉమెన్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళందరికీ ఇంటి దగ్గర వాళ్ళు పనులు చేసుకున్న తర్వాత గవర్నమెంట్ ఒక అవకాశం కల్పిస్తుంది కుటుంబాన్ని నడిపించుకోవడానికి. అండ్ దెన్ ఈ మొత్తం ఈ స్కీమ్ని యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకునే దాంట్లో 58.15% ఉమెనే ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉన్నారు. సో దిస్ ఇస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ టు రన్ ద డెమోక్రసీ. సో ఇదేం ఫ్రీబీ కాదు. అండ్ దెన్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం మాట్లాడారు. మేము ఆల్రెడీ లాస్ట్ బిల్లో డిస్కస్ చేసాము. పిఎం ఈకే వేయిస్తున్నారు. అండ్ దెన్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కోసము, లేకపోతే అన్ని ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్లు అన్ని డిస్ట్రిక్ట్లో సింగిల్ యూనివర్సిటీ సింగిల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ అని, ఈవెన్ ఎంటర్ప్రినర్షిప్ని డెవలప్ చేసేలాగా యూనివర్సిటీస్లో ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఐ థింక్ ఐ హ్యావ్ ఆన్సర్డ్ ఆల్ క్వశ్చన్స్. సో ఐ వాంట్ టు పాస్ ద బిల్.
Madam Speaker, please maintain the decorum. Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against will say no.
Aye. Aye.
Am. This is the last warning. I'm telling you again, this will be the last warning. I think the ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, the House will take up the consideration of the Double Pension Abolition Bill 2025, Ministry of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and respected members. I beg to move. Hello. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and respected members. I beg to move. The Double Pension Abolition Bill 2025, a bill to end the practice of double pensions for politicians and promote equality and accountability in public service. Honorable Speaker, in a democracy like ours,
Motion moved.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in a democracy like ours, every rupee spent from the public treasury must serve the people, not privilege the powerful. Yet, today, many politicians who have served in multiple positions receive double pensions, while ordinary citizens and government employees receive only one. This bill seeks to abolish double pensions for politicians to promote equality, transparency and justice in the use of public funds. And this act shall be called the Double Pension Abolition Act 2025. It shall come into effect from 1st April 2026. States and central governments bear heavy pension liabilities. For example, states' pension outgoing financial year 2025 is projected at about 5.7 trillion, double that of the center. The Reserve Bank of India, in its report on state finances, cautioned that states reverting back to the old pension scheme, in sense moving away from defined contributional models, may face unfunded pension liabilities and fiscal stress. It's not only the people's representatives who must be accountable. The benefits they receive after double pensions for politicians who have served in more than one elected or government office. To ensure equality between politicians and other public servants. To reduce unnecessary burden on taxpayers. The main provisions are one person, one pension. Any politician who has served in multiple posts like MLA and MP will be entitled to receive only one pension, whichever is higher. Those already drawing more than one pension must choose one within 6 months. All pension details of public representatives shall be made public through an online portal. Penalty for misuse are any attempt to conceal information or continue taking double pension will lead to recovery of funds and disqualification from future benefits. By removing double pensions, this bill helps save crores of rupees each year. Those funds can instead be used for education, healthcare and youth welfare programs, the true priorities of a people's government. We expect this bill restores public trust in governance, promotes equality and fairness among all citizens, sends a strong message that public service is a duty, not a privilege. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this bill is not against any individual. It is against injustice and inequality. It stands for the idea that politicians who are chosen by the people must live by the rules of as the people. Let us pass this bill to show that youth of India believe in clean, transparent and responsible politics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those, yes please. Yes please.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am. Yeah, the point what she has mentioned is about MLAs and MPs double pensions, right, ma'am? So the MLAs will come to state jurisdiction and the MPs comes to central jurisdiction. So we need to take the permission of the state also to just pass this bill. So I think I will reject this bill. So I think our government is going to reject this bill.
Yes please.
Madam Speaker, we support the honorable member of the independent member because, Madam Speaker, the bills which are directly against the constitution spirit were passed just like that, but just for a permission from the state. I don't think the ruling party is disabled enough, incapable enough to ask permission from the state. वो तो paper में ही होगा ना, simple ना. Madam Speaker, that's it. We are supporting the proposal, the bill that is laid down by the honorable independent member. We welcome it with a huge round of applause because
Hello.
Because
Yes please. Yes please.
that's okay, ma'am. We applaud you for the step that you have taken for justice because clearly it is denied on this floor when the mic is in the hands of ruling party.
Yes please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to make clear that we are the ruling party. So we need to take decisions of every state and it is our responsibility to take the decisions also. When they give us the consent, then we'll surely draft this bill in a proper way. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Speaker.
Yes please.
Madam Speaker, when the ruling party can pass the bill without the consent of the members of the house and without the consent of the states, then this bill must be passed because the majority of the parliament members are accepting it, and the bill must be passed, Madam Speaker. And no state will stand against this bill because the bill is about justice and equality, Madam Speaker. And about this bill, we do have the 2/3 of majority, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, we are making a decision once again straightforward. We are rejecting the bill. That's it.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, మీరు ఏదనుకున్నది అదే జరుగుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే యాక్చువల్లీ పార్లమెంట్ తరహా ప్రభుత్వం అంటే ఏంటి అధ్యక్ష? శాసనశాఖ కార్యనిర్వహణ శాఖను నియంత్రించాలి. కార్యనిర్వహణ శాఖ అనేది శాసనశాఖ బాధ్యత వహించాలి. యాజ్ ఆఫ్ టుడే చూసుకుంటే మన ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో ఏంటిది రాజు, ఇది మన బ్యాడ్ లక్. శాసనశాఖనే కార్యనిర్వహణ శాఖ నియంత్రిస్తుంది అధ్యక్ష. కార్యనిర్వహణ శాఖ బాధ్యత వహించట్లేదు అధ్యక్ష. కార్యనిర్వహణ శాఖే శాసనశాఖని నియంత్రించే అధ్యక్ష. ఇది మన బ్యాడ్ లక్. ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అనేది భారతదేశంలో లేదు రాజ్యం.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, sorry to mention this. Mere incapability of not taking permission from the state, they cannot reject the bill on those basis. And I think the government is capable enough to take permission from the states in order to pass a bill which delivers justice and equality on the basis of the Indian Constitution under Article 14 and 21. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Minister is saying we are rejecting the bill. On what basis they are rejecting the bill? We are questioning them. We need each and every information on what basis they are rejecting the bill.
Yes, please.
They are not supposed to reject the bill because they don't want to accept the bill. They must respect the other parliament members. They must respect the majority and maintain the decorum of this parliament house. And they should accept it because we have the majority.
Yes, please.
If all the Honorable Madam Speaker, if every question is being asked, then the Honorable Prime Minister will take over the thing.
Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against the bill will say no. Please maintain the decorum. I think the noes have it, noes have it, noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Majority, madam.
Silence, please. Silence, please. Silence. Now the House will take up the consideration of the Agriculture Reform and Farmers Empowerment Bill 2025. Ministry of Agriculture, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker and all my dear ministers. I rise today, I beg to move the Agriculture Reform and Farmers Empowerment Bill 2025. I rise today to introduce that India's strength lies in her soil and her soul lives in her villages. Yet the very farmers who feed our nation continue to struggle for fair income, modern infrastructure and dignity in their profession. Through this bill, the third friend seeks to ensure that every farmer receives a minimum assured income, access to technology, sustainable irrigation, and fair market opportunities. We aim to transform agriculture from mere survival to prosperity, from Annadata to Atmanirbhar Kisan. The bill is not about politics, but about justice. Justice for those who sow hope in every seed. The objective of the bill are to ensure minimum assured income and social security for every farmer, to promote sustainable, climate resilient, and technology driven agriculture, to establish strong market linkages and eliminate middleman exploitation, to empower rural youth, women, and small farmers through education, innovation, and entrepreneurship, to strengthen agri-infrastructure and ensure fair prices, transparency, and dignity in farming. The main provisions of the bill. Clause 1 is to ensure minimum assured income and pension. Every farmer shall be entitled to a minimum monthly income support of 6,000 revised every 3 years. And farmers aged 60 years and above shall receive a monthly pension of 5,000 under the National Farmers Pension Scheme. And the step, clause 2 is to strengthening farmer producer organizations, FPOs. Each FPO shall receive 10 lakh government support for training and digital marketing. At least 30% of the members in every FPO shall be women farmers to ensure inclusivity. And clause 3 is transparent market and fair pricing. All APMC mandis shall be digitally linked to the National Agriculture Market (e-NAM). Farmers shall have the freedom to sell produce anywhere to government or private entities without middleman interference. And clause 4 is irrigation infrastructure development. The launch of the National Micro Irrigation Machine (NMIM) to expand micro irrigation coverage to 25 million hectares by 2030, and creation of an agri-infrastructure fund of rupees 25,000 crores for cold storage, warehouses, and rural logistic parks. And clause 5 is technology and education in agriculture. Establish rural agri-innovation hubs in each district for
Ruling party, silence please.
For drone spraying, AI-based soil testing, and weather forecasting, and to introduce agri-literacy curriculum in schools from class 8 onwards to encourage youth participation in farming. And clause 6 is green and sustainable farming. Farmers adopting organic or zero chemical farming to receive 5,000 per acre per year as incentive. And mandatory tree plantation on 2% farmland area by 2030 for environmental balance. And clause 7 is universal crop insurance scheme. All crops to be insured under a single affordable insurance with premium sharing as follows: 50% by central government and 25% by state government and 25% by farmer. And the use of drones for damage assessment and 15-day claims settlement. And clause 8 is monitoring and implementation. Is to establish a Central Farmers Welfare Council, CFWC, chaired by the Union Agriculture Minister. Each state to form a State Farmers Review Committee to monitor progress and ensure transparency. This bill, let me make it clear to all the ministers present today in this parliament that this bill aims to restore dignity, prosperity, and sustainability to Indian agriculture. It envisions an India where every farmer is self-reliant, every field is irrigated, and every harvest brings prosperity. The third friend strongly believes that the welfare of farmers is not a political issue, but a national duty. By passing this bill, we commit to the principle, Har Kisan ko Samman, Har Gaon mein Unnati. Thank you.
Yes, please.
We have initiated talks with the farmers, farmer unions, state, and discussions are going on. After all the discussions, we'll introduce this bill in the current parliament session or the next parliament session after due discussions. Henceforth, we are objecting this motion. Thank you.
Those who are in the favor of the bill will say aye. Those who are against will be saying no. think the noes have it, noes have it, noes have it. The motion is adopted, not adopted. Hey. Please maintain the decorum. There is a small announcement to make. Independent members, third front, and the opposition wishes to move no confidence motion.
Madam Speaker, we were informed about the bill from the third front, Madam Speaker. We would also request you kindly to consider that bill also, Madam Speaker, even though it will not pass, that we know, but then we would like to listen to their views, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we wish to move the no confidence motion against the so-called ruling party, Madam Speaker, because clearly, Madam Speaker, they do not have drafting skills. A legislature should have it. Madam Speaker, first point, they do not have drafting skills of a legislator, Madam Speaker. Second point, Madam Speaker, they're sitting in the chairs of the ruling party without knowledge about the supreme law
I
of
think
land.
it's crossing the line. It's
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
the reason for the no confidence, Madam Speaker. The no confidence, Madam Speaker.
It should be regarding the bills, not about the vocabulary or not about the framing. Okay, please continue.
Madam Speaker, that is the function of the legislation, Madam Speaker. That is why we are pointing out to that point, Madam Speaker. Second thing, the ruling party clearly appears to not know the proceedings of the House. Two, they do not have any knowledge about the Constitution of India, which rules the people of India.
I already mentioned you about it this way. Like this is the second time I'm telling you.
Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the Constitution, Madam Speaker.
That's what I'm saying. You have to talk about the Constitution and the clauses in it, not categorizing one section of the. Though it is opposition, though it independent, though it is third front, you shouldn't categorize as such.
Madam Speaker, this is not regarding bills, no, Madam Speaker.
If you
This is a
have
motion for
any
no
problem in
confidence.
the clauses or objectives of the bills raised by the ruling party, please counter them. I will accept.
Madam
can't.
Speaker, the only reason that we're telling is the ruling party is acting against the Constitution, which gives them power, Madam Speaker. We want to tell not just the ruling party through you, Madam Speaker, but also the citizens of India that we run by the Constitution of India,
Okay,
but
I got
not
your
by
point.
the rule of man. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is the reason, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that I want to sum up that only 4 points in this bill. The first point is ambulance traffic safety. In this, the ambulances responding to emergencies may have to turn quickly. Until now, there is no proper rule in this regarding the ambulance that while it was taking a move to the left or right without giving proper indicator light to the next following the vehicles. This is the first step. There is no proper system regarding where the ambulance can move. And also, second one is that adding the GPS tracking system to the ambulance for the proper response to the patients in the rural and urban areas for the system and all the things. And second one is women's sanitization and health. Here, many girls and women, especially in rural areas, can't afford regarding this some of incidents which was happened. They have no proper awareness regarding this, but when we
Excuse me?
compare it to that,
What are you referring to? Can I
yes, ma'am.
know? What are you referring to? Can I know? What are you telling? What are you like reading? Can I know? What are you reading?
Bill, ma'am.
Did I announced it?
Excuse me, sorry.
I
sorry,
just said
sorry,
yes, please.
Sorry. Okay.
I didn't announce it.
Sorry.
Now, the House will take up the consideration of the National Health Improvement and Access Bill 2025.
I apologize you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please follow the
Yes.
rules,
Sorry.
okay?
Okay. So, I beg to move this, and I am continuing the second point to sum up that. And the second point is women sanitization and health regarding the rural and urban areas. They have no proper awareness. When we compare to this in the Odisha, Kushi scheme, and in Kerala, Shepat scheme, in Punjab, Udan scheme, and Karnataka, Shuchi scheme, and Sikkim, Bahin scheme. These are all the schemes which were introduced by the different government state schemes that provide free sanitary pads to the school girls. Not only school girls and also women. And the third point is livestock viral diseases. In this point, so many cows and hens are affected by the viruses by lumpy diseases and also foot and mouth disease. Newcastle disease and avian influenza leading to the illness, death, reduced milk, meat and egg production and causing a lot of economic losses to the farmers in our country. And these are the three major problems, and also the last one, for this the better solution which improves the better awareness among the students that there is a lack of medical knowledge. That is, I want to students lack awareness and training in basic life-saving techniques like CPR, which reduces the chances of saving lives during the cardiac arrest or accidents at the time of academic. So in this, for this, the solution of this is introduce CPR and basic first aid emergency skills training should be introduced at the 10th standard syllabus for the students, enabling the students to respond effectively in emergencies and promote a culture of life-saving awareness. Here a clear and concise statement of that, and also I conclude my statement, I'm going to conclude this is, I wish to thank all the members who have contributed their values that to pass the bill. That's it.
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, as health comes under the state subject, we will be consulting the state government regarding this, and we will refer this to Joint Parliamentary Committee by adding some more objectives, clauses to the bill, and we will form a new bill from our government. Thank you.
Those who are in the favor will say aye. Those who are against will say no.
Madam Speaker,
I think the noes have it, noes have it, noes have it. The motion is not adopted. It's time for the private member resolution. Now the House will take up private member resolution. Shri Mubashira to move the resolution. Minutes.
Honorable Madam Speaker and my fellow respected members, I rise to move a resolution on a matter of urgent national importance, the decriminalization of politics in India. In a democracy that claims to be by the people, for the people, and of the people, it is deeply concerning that criminalization of politics has become a threat to the integrity of our democratic system. Today, individuals facing serious criminal charges, including murder, rape, and corruption, continue to contest and even hold public offices.
Ruling party silence, please. Please continue.
Today, individuals facing serious criminal charges, including murder, rape, and corruption, continue to contest and hold public offices. This is not only weakens public faith in governance, but also endorse the moral foundation of our republic. When the makers of our constitution envisioned India as a sovereign, democratic and republic, they dreamed of leaders who would be public servants, not power seekers. Yet today, our parliament and assemblies have increasingly becoming shelters for individuals facing serious criminal charges. It is a tragic that accused of criminal crimes against the law and are now making the laws. When politics become a safe haven, yes? When politics becomes a safe haven for criminals, democracy turns into hypocrisy. The moral compass of governance is destroyed and public faith erodes when the line between a leader and the lawbreaker disappear. Honorable Madam Speaker, as per the Association for Democratic Reforms, in 2019, Lok Sabha, 43% of the MPs had criminal cases and 29% has serious criminal charges. Madam Speaker, under Article 102 and 191 of the Constitution, Parliament has the power to prescribe disqualifications. It is high time we use that power to bar candidates against whom charges have been framed for serious charges and also crimes. This figure has risen in every general election since 2004, showing a dangerous trend. But despite Supreme Court directions such as Public Interest Foundation versus Union of India 2018, public parties continue to give tickets to candidates with tainted backgrounds. Laws like the Representation of the People Act 1951 disqualifying a person only after conviction, not merely on framing of serious charges, leading to misuse of delay in trials. In fact, in the case of public interest litigation, as I mentioned before, versus Union of India 2018, Supreme Court warned that criminalization of politics is a serious threat to democracy. The court urged Parliament to act, and today through this resolution, we echo that call. It is time for Parliament to cleanse our politics once and all for all. A 2023 piece noted that across to 4001, I again repeating 4001 legislators or union territories, 44% criminal charges. Criminalization breeds corruption. It diverts public funds, delays development, and discourages honest investment. Every rupee lost to corruption is a rupee stolen from the poor. And this House resolved that, Honorable Madam Speaker, no person, whoever he may be or she may be, no person shall be allowed to contest elections at any level, Lok Sabha, State Assembly or local body, if charged with serious offences punishable with imprisonment 1 year or after a competent court has framed charges. Fast-track courts must be established to ensure speedy trials of cases involving elected representatives and candidates within 1 year. Political parties shall be debarred from giving tickets to individuals with pending serious criminal charges, failing which the Election Commission of India may recognize the party and withdraw its symbol. I think this mandatory public disclosure of criminal antecedents, assets and sources of income of all candidates must be verified independently by the ECI, Election Commission of India. Electoral reforms such as state funding of elections, cap on political expenditure and transparency in donations must be enacted to reduce the money crime nexus. Civic education and moral leadership training should be introduced to inspire young, honest citizens to participate in politics. Honorable Madam Speaker, if the government truly believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas or Sabka Prayas, then it must start by cleansing its own house. Decriminalization of politics is not an attack on any party but a reform for the nation's moral and democratic nature and also the future. The youth of India aspire to serve the nation, but they are disillusioned when politics looks like a marketplace for crime and money. decriminalization will reopen the gates for honest, capable, service-minded youth to lead India forward. Politics is too serious a matter to be left to the corrupt. Madam Speaker, our soldiers defend our borders with their lives. Can we not defend our democracy with integrity? If not now, when? If not us, who? The time to clean politics is not tomorrow but today. And I urge this House to pass this resolution unanimously to declare that India's democracy shall not be run by those who break the law but by those who respect it. Let us make a promise. Let us make a promise to the people of India. Those who break the law shall never be again to make the law. Jai Hind.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker and with respect, Honorable Speaker and respected members, I rise today to speak in support of decriminalization of politics, a step that is not just necessary but urgent for the survival of our democracy. Politics is not meant to be a service to the nation, not a shelter for the corrupt, for the criminals. Yet, according to several reports, a significant number of our elected representatives face serious criminal charges, not minor ones, but offenses like murder, extortion, and corruption. When such people sit in our legislature, the very foundation of democracy weakens. This criminalization of politics means ensuring that those with criminal backgrounds are kept out of the electoral process. It calls for strong reforms like fast-track courts for political cases, a lifetime ban on contesting elections for those convicted of heinous crimes, and mandatory disclosure of criminal records before nomination. We must remember, leaders are role models. If we allow people with criminal intent to make our laws, we lose the moral right to expect citizens to follow them. The youth of India are watching. We deserve leaders who are clean, transparent, and accountable. Therefore, I strongly support decriminalization of politics to restore public trust, ensure clean governance, and truly make our democracy for the people, by the people, and of the people. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, data from various reports shows that large number of elected representatives, MLAs and MPs have serious criminal cases pending against them. Not traffic challans and not petty cases which we all know, but cases of murder, attempt to murder, kidnapping, extortion, corruption and crime against women and also rape cases. If the law demands a clean record to become a police constable, if a qualification is required to become a teacher, if background check is needed even to become a security guard, then how is that a person who cannot get a job in the government can run the entire government? When crime enter politics become a business, election becomes investment, public welfare becomes the last priority, corruption becomes normal and fear becomes governance. And the biggest victims, not politicians, not parties, but the common citizens who blindly trust their leaders. Our honorable Supreme Court has repeatedly urged Parliament to take action to stop criminals from contesting elections, to speed up trial of MPs and MLAs, to reduce misuse of money and muscle power. But unfortunately, the political system responds with silence. My demands for a cleaner, brighter democracy today, with the permission of the Honorable Madam Speaker, I place the demands before the House. Any candidate with a pending case sheet is serious crime must be barred from contesting collections until cleared by the court. All black money in elections, hate speeches, and use of muscle power should be banned. Parties must stop giving tickets to candidates with criminal backgrounds. And, Honorable Speaker, the youth of this nation is not looking for a leaders with muscle powers, and we are looking for a leader with moral powers. Not a leader who creates fear, but a leader who creates faith. If India can send missions to Mars, if India can build world-class digital systems, then surely India can build a politics that is clean, honest, and accountable. In conclusion, I conclude with a simple question: can a democracy truly be free if its leaders are not? Can a democracy truly be free if its leaders are not? Decriminalization of politics is not a favor we seek. It is the minimum standard India deserves. Let us make politics a place for service, not a safe haven for criminals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Jai Hind.
Okay.
Please. Honorable Speaker, ma'am, I stand today not to defend criminality, but to defend constitutionality. Not to protect politicians, but to protect the principles of justice and equality that holds the great nation together. And I stand here as the Minister of Law and Justice to oppose the private member resolution on decriminalization of politics on the basis of the principle, that is basic structure doctrine of our constitution, which was previously also mentioned by our honorable opposition members. On the basis of basic structure doctrine of our constitution, which is separation of powers, which is the basic pillar of our democracy. Our constitution divides powers among the legislature, executive, and judiciary. If we as lawmakers begin to disqualify individuals merely on the basis of allegations or charge sheets, we would be crossing the line which was drawn by the sacred constitution. The power to decide guilt lies only in the hands of judiciary. I repeat, only in the hands of judiciary, but not in our hands. If we start punishing before conviction, we are not purifying the politics, but we are polluting the justice system. And on the basis of the principle presumption of justice, which was mentioned in the Article 21, which is a fundamental right which was mentioned in the Constitution, every citizen, whether rich or poor, politicians or commoners, has the right to presume innocent until proven guilty, as guaranteed by Article 21 of our Constitution. If we bar individuals from contesting elections merely because case has been filed, we replace the innocent until proven guilty and guilty until proven innocent. And on the basis of the principle, on the basis of the concept that power of the people, the democracy, which is the basis of the democracy. In our democracy, the ultimate power lies in the hands of the people. In India, if a candidate has a doubtful reputation, the voter knows how to reject him. Let us not forget the ballot is stronger than a bullet. By over-regulating who can contest, we risk taking away the choice from the people themselves. We risk taking choice away from the people. That
Yes,
is not
please.
democracy. That is the democracy distrust.
Yes,
so
please.
I would like to pass this to our Prime Minister to propose his views.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Ministry of Law and Justice, respected MP, that where you read in the Constitution that criminal can rule the whole India, where you saw this in the Constitution, is support?
Okay, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, in our democracy, even candidates who face criminal cases often win with huge mandates, not because people support crime, but because the people understand the difference between a real criminal and a politically motivated cases. Many leaders across the country face cases that arise from the protests agitations or political rivalry. Yet they continue to be elected because citizens trust their work and leadership. This motion insults the wisdom of the voter by assuming that every pending case is proof of guilt. In the reality, charge sheets are not convictions. In politics, false cases are sometimes used as a tools of ego clashes and electoral rivalry. Therefore, we cannot support a proposal that punishes leaders based on the accusations while the people themselves continue to choose them. Democracy runs on verdicts of the court and the verdicts of the voters, not on the allegations created during the election sessions. Thank you.
Yes, please. Madam Speaker, I think the members of the ruling party have not heard the bill properly. And I think we did not question the ruling party to adjudicate there. We are asking the ruling party not to take up the judiciary work. We are just asking them to legislate the work.
Yes, please. Madam Speaker, the bill clearly states the intention of the bill is, Madam Speaker, just because the ruling party does not understand, they cannot make laws though that we understood. They cannot interpret the laws also, Madam Speaker. The motive of the bill is, even if a person has a punishment of 1 year granted by the court, imposed by the court, the honorable court, then he will be disqualified from contesting in the election. Am I right, respected? That is the motto of the bill, Madam Speaker. They have sidelined everything else. They clearly did not hear what the bill says. Now they are objecting the bill. Now they will clearly stand saying, we object the bill. So we will stand saying, we accept the bill and we need it to be passed.
Yes, please.
I want to ask through you to our respected Prime Minister that are you thinking that our judiciary is that so weak that the judiciary cannot recognize between the false cases and the true cases? You are thinking that weak the Indian judiciary is. See, that's why we mentioned that fast track courts so that the criminal charges should be prosecuted very, very soon so that the real criminals and the fake criminals would be clearly before the people. And our Indian judiciary, our respectable Supreme Court is not so weak that it disrecognizes the real criminals and fake criminals.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, regarding the question raised by the Honorable Member, I want to make one thing clear. Madam, according to the existing system, if a sessions court convict a criminal or a MLA or a MP who is contesting in the elections, if the conviction is more than 2 years, they will not be allowed to contest in the elections. Meanwhile, if the High Court suspends the order issued by the Sessions Court, then basing on the orders of the trial court, how can we simply say that he is ineligible to contest in the elections? This is what I want to place before this House, and we are objecting this motion because it is against the judiciary. So we want it is a federal system, and we want to respect judiciary, and we are objecting this motion. Thank you.
Yes, please. Honorable Speaker, as we could see in the session, none of our answers, maybe majority of our answers are unanswered. And, questions are unanswered. And we, the members of Third Front, Praja Pragati Alliance, support our opposition leader of no confidence motion and we represent the people in the parliament. If our questions are unanswered, then how can they rule the people for till 5 years?
Yes, please.
Honorable Madam Speaker, they have raised the question that judiciary is so strong so that they can identify who are criminalized or not. If they are identifying who are criminalized or not, then why we need to pass this bill now? If they identify it properly, then there is no chance of passing this bill, right? If they give the clear charge that they are not criminals, then we will not discuss the topic here, I feel, ma'am.
Yes, please.
As we learned this before when we are studying 12th or 10th class in social or civics, that legislature make the laws, executive implements it, and judiciary protects it. Judiciary protects it. We should know this. And I want to tell our respect through you, Madam Speaker, to our respected Prime Minister G, that judiciary is there to protect the laws, not to make laws and implement it. With this, I want to conclude. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to the honorable members of lending support to my resolution in view of the assurance given by the honorable minister, and since a law has been to deal with this menace, I hope that the government will take all the strengthened measures to eliminate this problem. Therefore, I may be allowed to withdraw this resolution.
Has the honorable member leave of the house to withdraw this resolution? Yes. Now, the house is adjourned to meet again tomorrow, 11 a.m. I request all the members to stay back. Let's sing national song. Let's sing national anthem. Okay. Let's sing after the valedictory function. Kindly don't go anywhere. If you want to use the restrooms, you may. But be back in 5 minutes.
అమ్మ అలా కూర్చొని ఇబ్బంది అయితే నిల్చోండి, కానీ రెక్టర్ గారు వస్తారు ఆన్ ది వే. వాలెడిక్టరీ ఫంక్షన్ ఉంది, ఆ తర్వాత వెళ్ళాలి, ఎవరు వెళ్ళిపోవద్దు.
Hello. We came a long way from preparation to execution. I'm so happy and I feel the same for you. Now let's begin a valedictory ceremony. I would like to invite Professor A. Narasimha Rao sir onto the dais, the principal of Arts and College. Now I would like to welcome the rector of Andhra University, Pulipati King sir, onto the stage. Followed by HOD sir, Professor Preteti Premanandam sir onto the stage. Followed by Nagaraju sir as well. I would like to hand over the dais to the principal sir.
Okay, respected Rector of Andhra University, Professor P. King Garu, Head of the Department, Professor Premanandam, and the Chairman of Idea Foundation, Nagaraju, faculty members, scholars, students, supporting staff, press and media, good afternoon to one and all. Today is really a memorable day in the history of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. A great activity, a wonderful activity of mock parliament conducted from the morning to till now, and now we are coming to an end of this session, and the session is given live all over the world, and it is really a feather in the cap of Andhra University, and a really a memorable day in the history of Andhra University. All over the world, many people might have viewed the talent and the abilities of the students of Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University. It's really a pride moment and a very happy occasion today. All over the world, the people might have observed and seen the activities that are taken place in Andhra University during this particular centenary period. And on this occasion, I don't want to take much of your valuable time. Now, I feel that the session went on well from morning to till now, and on this activity, the feedback I would like to know, we all would like to know, first of all, the Mukesh Sai, the Prime Minister candidate, please come on to the dais and share your views on this program. ఓకే నేను చెప్తాను జాగ్రత్తగా, అలా కాదు, ఉండు ఉండు ఉండు. మీరు అపోజిషన్ పార్టీ వాళ్ళలో ఒకళ్ళు ఇందాక ఏదో క్వశ్చన్స్ అడిగి ఉంటారు కదమ్మా, ఒకళ్ళు లేకండి ఆ క్వశ్చన్ అడిగిన వాళ్ళలో ఒకళ్ళు రండి, యువతలకు రండి, అక్కడే నిలబడండి, మీకు మైక్ ఇస్తాను. అపోజిషన్ వాళ్ళు క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతున్నారు రూలింగ్ పార్టీ వాళ్ళని. ప్లీజ్ రైజ్ ఫ్రేమ్ దేర్ ఓన్లీ. ఓకే, ఏడి ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ క్యాండిడేట్ వేర్ ఇస్? మరి ఇక్కడ నిలబడవా నువ్వు? కమ్ హియర్, స్టాండ్ హియర్. ఏదైనా అనుకో. ప్లీజ్ రైజ్ ది క్వశ్చన్.
Honorable Speaker, sir, we have discussed at length, in length, about the online gaming bill that has been brought by the ruling party, sir. We have submitted many objections. We have received certain answers, sir. However, there were questions that were still unanswered. but I think I could collectively say, not just the opposition, the third front and the independent leaders, we have been sportive, sir. We have displayed a spirit of oneness. We posed the questions, sir, and the bills were passed without answering. However, sir, one question still remains, sir. It happened in the Parliament of India and it also happened in the Youth Parliament, that there was no enough discussion for the online gaming bill, sir. There were many areas that we covered, sir, even in the education bill that they brought forward. We also talked about mental health crises, the suicide rates increasing. We also talked about how digital security is a threat for the women in India. Not just women, sir, but we also talked about digital security in general, sir. How the online gaming bill is against the DPDP Act that actually became an act in the Parliament, sir. And it is against Article 19(1)(a), that is a freedom of expression, but at the same time, sir, life and liberty. So there were many constitutional irregularities in the bills passed, sir. There were many questions that we asked. I would request the Honorable Prime Minister to answer on such questions, sir. That's it.
Very good. What about the ruling party answer? Please.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, regarding the questions raised from the opposition, they have raised that about the constitutionality of the bill. Regarding that aspect, the constitutionality, the Article 249 permits the central government to pass a bill in the national interest. The bill is being proposed in the national interest because of the because of this, the betting apps, thousands of people are losing their lives, and many of the states have also requested, some states, not many, some states have requested the central government. So central government has passed. So there are so many questions that being raised originally also. So the questions, whatever it may be, the courts and the appropriate authorities will be answering. So from our side, there won't be any reply, sir, on that, because the constituency and the Supreme Court is the court, and the court decision is final on all the binding. Thank you.
Okay, very well presented, and is really online. This gaming is really dangerous to the society, and there are many people who are losing their money, and is really required to be taken necessary steps for controlling this type of online games, and definitely in due course of time the appropriate action will be taken, and I'm assuring all the people who are looking for this decision. Thank you. Okay, na? Right. Okay, you please say your observations and feelings.
Good evening, respected Professor P. King, sir, Professor A. Narsimha Rao, sir, Professor Premanandam, sir. I would like to thank all for arranging this beautiful youth parliament, which helps the progress like this. It plays a crucial role in motivating our youth and developing strong leadership qualities, build confidence, and enhance their communication skills. Personally, I feel very happy to participate in the youth parliament. It is truly inspiring to see young people come forward, engaging actively, and prepare themselves to lead our society in future. Initiatives like the Youth Parliament not only build knowledge and discipline, but also share responsible citizens who can contribute meaningfully to the nation. I would like to thank Nagaraj sir, Sita Manikyam ma'am for their guidance and support, and I once again thank each and everyone for actively participating, and including the opposition leader and the third front leader for cooperating for the government. And we had a good discussion today. Thank you.
Okay, now I invite Harshita, opposition leader, come on to the dais and share your experiences.
Well, I too prepared a speech, but I think
it'll be more, it'll mean more to me, as well as the members of opposition, third front, and independent. I also include the ruling party here. I'll speak my heart out. I first need to thank. I f- Hello. As I said, I'll speak my heart out. I kept my phone off just so that the ruling knows. We've enjoyed the satire. I've enjoyed the debate. Um, as an opposition leader, I first have to thank. I first have to thank the members of the opposition, the members of the Third Front Party, and the independent members, including my ruling counterparts. I think the purpose of debate is to bring out solutions. If I have to give a critical view, then I think we have found solutions to majority of the problems by debate, discussion, and the voice of dissent. There were definitely certain unanswered questions, but because this kind of youth parliament and discussions is for imbibing and developing our speaking abilities, our ability to negotiate. I think personally I have learned a lot from this youth parliament because I have negotiated with the opposition party, the third front, and the individual members. I think I have satisfied most of your demands, and I think we have been very respectful to the ruling party also. So what I've learned to the youth parliament is that one, though I've learned respect, how to respect when our voices are not heard, and how to answer back. I should be very proud to mention that all of my colleagues here sitting, including the ruling members, have done incredible research. Whether the bill is passed or not, that's secondary, but we've learnt a lot. That though, I can tell with confidence, and I thank the ruling party for giving us bills so that we can challenge you with our research. That we appreciate. Sir, sir, we also have to thank you, sir, Nagaraju sir, because he has been coordinating us, he has been talking to us, he has been very considerate. Today is a day where I've seen how a woman could be strong. Today is a day where I've seen the youth of India can speak louder, can make more noise when if anything that goes wrong or unjust. I have heard voices for and against, but as a lawyer, I come from a law department, so I have to say that opportunity is given for dissent, and I thank everyone for that. I thank the organizing committee. One though I should not forget to mention the students who have worked behind the screen, the patient speaker who have bared with certain irregularities. But I personally am very happy, and I think most of you will second to my view. And I thank the university officials who have encouraged us continuously, sir. We also thank that many unsaid demands are raised from the students here. One though we actually wanted to keep in the education bill discussions, I have to mention, sir. We mentioned about the students' voice being unheard in many national institutions, sir. But I think Andhra University will not be one of them. And it will let students speak their needs, and that it will allow us to ask and to give recommendations to the management for betterment of the management, as well as, sir, the overall health of the institution, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It has given me unending memories. Winning or losing, secondary. I think we have learnt a lot. So we thank the IDEA Foundation, the Department of Political Science, and everyone else who have worked behind the curtains. Law College for sure. I have to mention our principal. Thank you very much for encouraging us and accepting us in your department. Thank you very much.
Very good, Harshita. Good presentation. And now I invite Fauzia, the third front leader.
A very good evening to respected sir, dignitaries, and all the participants and the unrecognized background workers who have made this program a successful one. Well, first of all, I just want to say that as many of you might not know this, but majority of people over here are from political science, law background and all, but I come from a English department. And I have people over here from the history department and other departments. And I think a platform like Youth Parliament giving us also the preference is really a needed thing. And I'm really thankful on behalf of the other departments to Nagaraj sir, the HOD of Political Science and Public Administration, and the rector and everyone for giving us, the other departments recognizing us and our talents too, and saying that, thinking that we are also capable of being a part of this Youth Parliament. Thank you very much. And this Youth Parliament has been a really empowering platform. It showed that we all have the ability to make bills, to come up with discussions, debates. And none of us here come from political background, or none of our parents are politicians, but it showed that, oh, we can do this. So if we young minds decide to do something, we prove it that we are capable of doing this. And really, I appreciate, like, this Youth Parliament has broadened my views. It has taught me to listen to other views and how to patiently answer them. And really, I think you all guys deserve to be appreciated, and I want you to clap for yourself, because you guys made this program a successful one. And this special thanks goes to Nagaraj sir for doing this awesome job and conducting this thing. Thank you.
So minority representation is also there in our parliament now. Okay, I feel very happy. And now I invite the independent
Honorable Madam Speaker. Sorry.
This indicates the involvement and commitment towards this program.
I'm tired of English. I can't.
It is genuine, it is originality.
పొద్దున్నుండి ఇంగ్లీష్లో మాట్లాడి I'm tired. Now, Telugu. ఓకే సార్. పొద్దున్నుండి మేడం స్పీకర్ అంటూ మీ ఫేసెస్లో ఆ సీరియస్నెస్ ఇప్పటికీ చూస్తూ నేను అనుకున్నాను, ఇంకా మేము అదే ఊహలో ఉన్నామ్మా, నేను అదే ఊహలో వచ్చాను. సో క్లాప్ ఫర్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, వి మేడ్ ఇట్ సక్సెస్. సో ద ఫస్ట్ డే మేము ఆడిషన్కి అలా ఇవ్వడానికి వచ్చినప్పుడు, ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ఐ వాంట్ టు థ్యాంక్ నాగరాజు సార్ ఫర్ సెలెక్టింగ్ అస్, అండ్ Department of Political Science and Idea Foundation for making this Youth Parliament success, and మనల్ని yes we matter అని గుర్తు చేయడానికి థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Very good.
ఎక్కువగా ఏం చెప్పడానికి అయితే రాలేదు.
Okay.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో
Right.
మచ్ ఫర్
Thank
యువర్
you.
కోఆపరేషన్ అండ్ ఫర్ ద పేషెన్స్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పెక్టెడ్ ఆనరబుల్ Prime Minister and Madam Speaker and my fellow students and representative MPs. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Very good, Mobusera. Really involved. It is really indication of her involvement. And good, very good. Okay, so these are really memories of everybody's academic life, and by the time you became the real leaders in the parliament, I may not be alive, but I am sure that definitely some of you will enter into the parliament as parliamentary members, and also I am sure that you will really participate in the real sessions at the parliament in the days to come, I hope. And I am very happy for organizing this program. And now I invite our Honorable Rector, Professor Kingaru, to say a few words on this occasion.
Principal of College of Arts and Commerce, Professor Narasimha garu, and also former Registrar of Adhikavinana University, Rajahmundry, Head of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Professor Premanandam garu, and Dr. Nagaraj garu, faculty, scholars, and my dear participants. I am very happy to be associated with this program of National Youth Parliament, which is being organized by the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. I am just recollecting my school days. On those days in Jilla Parishad high schools, we used to have this type of programs. I have participated in a number of this youth parliament where we used to fight really, right? Now I am seeing the way you are arguing. The most important thing is the way you bring the issue to the members of the parliament and the way you present, right? Bringing the issue and presenting the issue and convincing the entire parliament. These are most. Unfortunately, nowadays we are seeing either in the assembly or parliament, no, people are fighting each other using vulgar language, right? That should not happen. I felt very happy to be associated with this, and I congratulate all the participants who have taken an active role. Take the spirit of this joy, right, wherever you go, and take the department pride also, and wherever you go, and keep uplifting. As Principal Garu said, tomorrow you may become MLA or MP, right? Wherever you go, try to represent the issues of the public. That is very important. Not that everybody should come to you and represent an issue by a piece of paper. We should go to the public, we should reach to the public, thereby you can represent the issues either in the assembly or in the parliament in an effective manner. Try to do some service to the society which will definitely uplift your name and fame. So I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Professor Kingaru. So whatever you said, it is 100% acceptable and correct. Raising the issues, discussing the issues in a healthy environment, coming and arriving the concrete solutions for the benefit of the public at large. That is the role of the parliament. And this is the way you have to keep in mind. Keeping aside all the political enemies or personal enemies, all these things, and work for the interest of the society. That is the most important. Finally, before certificate distribution, I would like to give one simple advice. Today you are all fortunate, whenever the parliament sessions are taking place, they are telecasting live, you are all aware. So when such type of sessions are going on, you please try to view such programs and note down what are the different real public issues they are raising, and how the leaders are discussing, and how the solutions are arriving. If you note down such points, in the days to come, whenever we organize these programs, the live issues we also discuss here with the opinions of the people at large. This is how you try to plan for the next time. And I advise Premanandam, for the benefit of the students, Every year you organize this mock parliament session. That is my advice to all of you. Okay. And one thing, people are temporary. But today I am principal, tomorrow I may not be principal. Today you are head, tomorrow you may not be head, some other person. But the practice need to be developed. This is really a useful activity for the students of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. So therefore, you being the students, you have to pass on this concept and tradition to the next generations, next senior juniors, next year after year, and plan to organize this program. That too, identifying the real issues raised in the parliament and discussions taken place on such issues and the bills passed on such type of matters, you please bring out and make a discussions in the, on this platform like this, and learn in a practical environment, practical things in a practical manner. That is my advice to all of you finally. And now, certificate distribution to the students. ఒక ముందుగా ఒక నలుగురికి మేము ఇస్తాం, తర్వాత మీరు మాస్టర్ దగ్గర తీసుకుందరు. కానీ ఈ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ క్యాండిడేట్ ఉన్నాడు కదా మన ముఖేష్ గారు, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఆన్ టు ద డయాస్ అండ్ కలెక్ట్ యువర్ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఫ్రమ్ ది రెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ అవర్ ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ. ఇవ్వండి సార్, మీరు మీ చేత ఇవ్వండి. ఇట్రా బాబు, ఈ కిందకి రా పట్టుకోండి. Now I invite Harshita. Harshita, please come on to the dais and collect your certificate. Fazia. Mobasira. పర్లేదు పర్లేదు. నెక్స్ట్ అనదర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్, Gayatri from Journalism Department got Best Parliamentarian Award. Please come over here and collect the certificate. Very good. Congratulations, Delhi. Now, felicitations to our Honorable Rector, Professor King garu. Best Woman Parliamentarian T3 from the Public Administration. Please come over here and collect the certificate. Okay, now let us, remaining people, please collect the certificates from the head of the department later, okay, tomorrow. And now I invite Professor Dr. Sachinand garu to present formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, all of you. Good evening, Honorable Rector of Andhra University, P. Kingaru, and Arts and Commerce Principal, Professor A. Narasimharao Garu, Head of the Department, Professor P. Pramanandam Garu, and Chairman of the Idea Foundation, T. Nagaraj Garu, and other faculty members and other department faculty members and scholars and students. Thank you, one and all. And the dynamic leader, not leader, administrator, the P. Kingaru is coming to our session. It is the glory of our session. Now this evening, our principals are give the suggestions and give their valuable information for the students. It is very memorable, and we all are request to conduct this type of platform every year, and I request you ask our dynamic head Pramanandam sir, and also the collaboration with Idea Foundation. Thank you, one and all. Now follow the.
Finally, as a principal of College of Arts and Commerce, I feel it as my, responsibility or duty rather to say, to, extend my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Rector, Professor Kingaru, for sparing his valuable time on this occasion for our valedictory session. Thank you, sir, and I request your presentation and formal presence in the future activities of our College of Arts and Commerce. Okay, thank you for sparing your valuable time once again. And invariably, every year, wherever I am there, I expect this type of parliament to be organized in this department. You please inform, I will come and attend to these programs. Okay, today because of my busy schedule, I am unable to spend my time, but because really I am very much interested to involve in this type of sessions, because of administrative positions, I am unable to spare my time and spend here for a longer time. Only at the inauguration and valedictory, I will be able to present here. Next time, I will become free, because without any administrative position, by the time probably I will be in the next year. So definitely I will sit along with you, and if possible I will also participate along with you in the next session. Thank you, and please continue. Now Janaganamana, all of you please stand up. Please join with me. Janaganamana Adinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Ujjala Jaladi Taranga Tava Subha Name Jahe Tava Subha Asisha Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gadha Jana Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He Jai Hind. Okay, thank you all. Thank you very much once again. Thank you one and all.
Certificate distribution will inform you of your PM and ruling party, opposition parties leaders. Okay, maybe it will be conducted on Monday, maybe.